broadcasting system. The broadcasters in your area monitor and cooperate with the level of stolen information.
Hello. How are we today on this fine Sunday afternoon for me. Sunday afternoon. Because I'm on the east coast of the God blessed United States of America. Let's go! It's like disgusting weather outside, and by that I mean it's just like hella overcast, rainy, disgusting, muddy, foggy, terrible to drive in, can hardly breathe because it's so freaking humid. It's like really warm for some reason, even though it's the winter. Makes no sense, bro. I'm suffering from my first week back from college. Back from college, as in you came out of school, or first week back to college, as in your college just like your semester just started. See, because that wouldn't make much sense if you were back from college, unless you're like working or something. I don't know. Anyways, before we get started, psst, I have a little secret. I have a little secret to share with the class, guys. Psst, watch this, all right? Now, we don't have that many viewers right now because it's the beginning of the stream. And it's a variety stream, so there's not that gonna be that many people, all right? But watch this. Psst. I'm gonna show you a little bit of a secret that just came up a few minutes ago, all right? Let's go to my Discord, okay? This is the Preed1 Discord server. Sometimes I just check in to see what's going on. Apparently, psst, don't tell anyone. Little birdie told me that apparently the apparently the bug for skill recycling is still in the game somehow. And this is a new video that was just somehow leaked from somewhere. I don't know where this guy got this video, but it has Diechi Honglu in it, so you know that it's recent. You know that it's recent. So apparently, a little secret between us. Apparently there's still some way to recycle skills like over and over again in the game, and it's a different bug than it was before because you see Diechi Honglu, so it's current patch, and when you re-roll the skill, it does in the previous iteration of the bug, it added coin power each time. So each time you rolled the skill, it was the summation of all of the other usages of the skill on top of the current one, right? So let's say that like you had Rip on Don, it's like 5 plus 6 or something, the roll, or 6 plus 5, I don't remember exactly, but let's say it's like 6 plus 5, I think, on Don's skill 1, W Don. Then the first roll would be like 11, right? And then the next roll would be like 16 and then 20, 21 and stuff like that, and it would just keep going up. But this only rolls for 25. So it's a different bug that doesn't cause the coin power to summate on top of itself over and over again, but it's still an infinite bug for some reason. And apparently some guy named Time discovered it. I'm assuming, I don't know anyone named Time in the community besides Time Des. He's like that content creator. He's on my channel page. I'm assuming that's who they're referring to. But all I'm gonna say is that perhaps a little bit of shenanigans might happen, and just saying perhaps Railway 3 is only in a few days, allegedly. So, guys, we might have a little bit of trouble brewing. But anyways, that's just between you and me, all right? No, don't tell anyone, okay? Psst, don't tell anyone. Anyways, what do we have lined up? We have a couple things to react to, of course. The big one is we're gonna be reacting to the second half, quote unquote, like second 2/3 of How I Beat Refraction Railway Line 2 with the worst team possible, of course. But first, I noticed my good pal from last time, Lord Peter. If you don't remember Lord Peter, he was the guy who had the quick factual tier list of Limbus that everyone was completely eviscerating. For some reason, they fucking hate this guy. Uh, so this was the guy who was getting mad flack for his tier list, and he apparently a couple days ago made a response video for his tier list, and I did not know that this existed, but now I do, and I can't wait to watch it. It's only 4 minutes long, so you know we can take a little watch. Why don't we, huh? Oh yeah, my bad. I forgot to turn on audio. Desktop audio. Apologies. I was balancing the audio, so I didn't want it to be too loud, and I forgot to unmute it. Whoopsies.
In the core of my soul that I don't give a what you think. Look, you motherfuckers doesn't even watch the fucking video. Watch the fucking disclaimer. I already fucking envisioned
Oh
this
my
in
god.
the moment that I fucking press record on this fucking Audacity. I know that people's gonna fucking just skip straight to the fucking SS tier. You guys just skip straight to the disclaimer. You're a fucking
Oh my god.
bangers, alright? I know
Bro.
what unit is good for you and what unit just suck for you. I know what unit is just a waste of your resources. I know what unit is a bang for the buck for your resources. You guys are literal skinwalkers.
Oh
I'm
my
not sure
god.
if you think that middle dome is
Oh my god. Bro, he is going crazy. Okay, well, for those of you, I'm assuming everyone here was here for the last stream, or at least they were like, you know, they were present, you know, generally. So I'm sure that they seen the previous video that he made about the tier list. But his tier list, as a reminder, was basically the methodology was like targeted towards free to plays, and it was what's it called? It was targeted towards free to plays, and it was an ID tier list that was a little bit sus but kind of understandable in my opinion. But people like hated it for some reason. Like he had like Ncorp Heathcliff in F tier, like, you know, sure, but there were people who were like, "There's no way Ncorp Heathcliff is an F tier. He's like D tier. Come on, like, bro." They were like tearing him apart for like the most random things. Like, but he was basically talking about like, you know, he's talking from an F2P standpoint where it's like, what units should I prioritize boosting and what units are good and whatever. Like, sure, in general, yeah, you know, sure. And I thought it was pretty understandable. But then there were like, I don't know, bro. Like, there's
for you then. Sorry that your favorite unit is not above A tier, S tier, B tier. I'm sorry if I put your fucking unit in C tier, D tier, F tier, your favorite fucking PNG. And about that, I don't really mean it. I'm not fucking sorry for having an opinion. Fuck you, fucking skinwalkers. Get the
Oh my
fuck out of
god.
Here, gak ngerti sarkas apa lu skinwalker tolol. Like, I'm just perplexed. Don't you have fucking common sense? Strong equals good time. Bad equals bad time. I'm not cool if you're not into all that, you know. Just like imagine this, like if you're playing Art Knights here and you're just playing
I've never
using
played Art
3-star
Knights.
units. I mean, you could do that, but sure as hell it's pain in the ass. Like, bro, you cannot just ignore that.
That's so funny. That's so funny, bro. Good equals good time, bad equals bad time, bro. If I scroll to these comments, I know for a fact people are gonna fucking hate him for saying that, bro. Because they're like, well, this happens to me all the time too, where it's like, well, just because a unit's not the best unit in the game doesn't mean that it's not fun to use. You're telling me the only things you use are the same 12 units because they're never gonna print a unit better than, you know, they're never gonna print a unit better than Ncorp Sinclair. So you're telling me that you just like, you know, you just use Ncorp Sinclair all the time? Like, okay, bro. Some people just have different values, you know? I like using good things because I like being able to clear content, you know, and using effective strategy. And some people like to go, oh, well, you know, I like having a good theme on my team. I like using Ncorp team. Sure, bro, sure. But I know all the people in the comments because they're the same people every time. They're going to go, good unit does not always mean good time. Bad unit does not always mean bad time. You know, technically, if you use Ncorp Heathcliff, he can perform at least average in an Ncorp team. Like, okay, yeah, I mean, you know.
Tier than S tier. You cannot deny that I'm right in most of that. Alright? Just because your unit is on A tier B tier, C tier. Doesn't mean that they suck to you. If you like them, then use them. I'm just stating my opinions that these units like above A, like the S tier, the SS tier are very good. That will give you the most good time. And yeah, they minute again. Here's a fun little game for you. If you found a pile of gold next to a pile of shit,
Bro,
which one
my
would you notice
God.
first? For the skinwalkers, it will be the pile of shit because no matter how much you rub their eyes, it will remain a pile of
Oh my
shit. This
God,
is what
bro.
the skinwalkers are. Bunch of nitpicking bitches that ignore the good and focus their eyeballs out on the short term. They're like that Fortnite PC players where they rage
Oh
when
my
they are
God, bro, this
encountered
guy is
without
going
confront-
crazy. I mean, he is spitting actually. He is actually spitting. Like he's basically saying what I said, but like, you know, a little bit more aggressive, you know, maybe a little bit more aggressive, you know.
player blaming their aim assist when they themselves have two whole limbs to play with, while controller players have only their fingers. As far as I know, there hasn't been a lot of problem with my list. The only problem is that they only focus on the middle dot that I put on C tier.
They only
Usually-
focused on the middle dot that he put C tier. Bro, I don't know where do they want him to put middle dot? I don't understand. That ID is not very good. I actually don't know where do they want him to put middle dot? Do they think that middle dot is better than C tier or worse than C tier? I mean, I could go either way. I think middle dot is pretty bad, to be honest. She's like wholeheartedly below average, I think. I don't know, like, bro, what are they even complaining about? Jesus Christ.
grateful.
Oh my God.
The skinwalkers that I put her on C tier. I could have put her on D tier. I could have put her on F tier. And there's another one that argue that Sing Don Quixote is maybe a better roller than Sing Sinclair. Man, and there's another one like, why would I?
mean,
put
that's
Wise?
okay. This
Did
whoops,
you
I
watch
just
the-
pressed M by accident. But like uh he there were a few things that he what's it called? There were a few things that he did kind of say that I disagreed with. Like one of them was like Ishmael, she section Ishmael, he rated super low because he said the payoff wasn't really worth the trouble of lowering her to half. I disagree. The payoff is ridiculously good for lowering her to half, but you know, I am free to disagree with him there. I disagree with the fact he said in his tier list that like Sanka Dawn was like mid low tier because she couldn't clash very well compared to like Song Sinclair. Their clashing is about the same, to be honest. If they have declared duel on an enemy and they just are only clashing the marked enemy, which is how you're supposed to play the IDs, their clashing is quite good. In general, all of the Sanka IDs, that's their whole gimmick, is just being good at clashing. So yeah, her clashing is better than he gave it credit for. I will say that. And then also like Zvi Sinclair for the support passive is in like B tier for some ungodly reason. Like I don't, you know, there are some things I did have a little bit of problem with, but I'm not like, you know, the most of it was pretty reasonable, you know.
video, I told you to just use them for their passive. Just like Gregor, just like G-Corp manager Gregor. I told everyone, just use them for their passives. I'm just not going to argue anymore. I'll just let the evidence show itself, man.
This is not a banger. This is not a banger. And I know bangers. I know bangers. Nah, my guy. That's not a banger.
Okay, I mean, like, you know, it is what it is. Like, there's not many IDs that are gonna clash above 20 with a basic skill besides the meta IDs, alright? Like, it is what it is. I'm sorry. Like, and it's Mirror Dungeon. Mirror Dungeon is not really the best indicator because of things like, obviously, his ID is only level 35. Mine is also level 35, but, you know, he could boost the level if he wanted. And also things like ego gifts, enemy buffs, enemy debuffs, stuff like that, right? Also impacts clashing a lot in Mirror Dungeon, so it's a little bit more nuanced than just like, oh, she rolls 18, the enemy rolls 20. 20 is higher than 18, you know. So I mean, yeah, it is unfortunate that this example that she can't clash with skill 3, but it's not completely indicative of her performance as a whole. On average, right? On average, she can clash fairly well. I think is the point. Like generally, she will win most clashes where some other IDs might not be able to.
You're weird. You're freaking weird. Stay away from me, dude.
I'm not even going to say sorry.
The non-believers, the underachievers, the tweet and deleters.
But you guys are the non-skinwalkers, the one that actually understand what I'm saying here. You guys are chill, alright? The one who saw my video and then, this dude, this guy.
Ah,
The
this
one who
person
gets what
gets
I'm
it.
coming at it there. Yeah, you know the thing, yeah? Like, bro, yeah, look at this skinwalker, just look at this skinwalker, this pathetic skinwalker.
Oh my god, bro.
And that was a job, alright? I'm sorry, alright? Just do whatever you want, alright?
I
It's just
barely
for
ever even clash in
entertainment purposes
MD
and
at all.
yeah.
Evade is king, and Sankadan evades very well. That's very true. Her evade is very good. I mean, most evades are very good because of just how Mirror Dungeon works nowadays. I think Molar Ishmael is like the primo example because her evade is like base 10 or something, base 10 to 14 or whatever, like some stupid ungodly number. So you know, but yeah, should all the Sonk IDs have evade, I think. I'm pretty sure. I know that Sinclair does. I don't know about Otis. She probably does. I don't know why she wouldn't. Are we roasting Sonkdon? No, we're not roasting Sonkdon. We're just he is the one roasting Sonkdon. I'm low key like defending Sonkdon because he like hates her for some reason, but it is okay.
And yeah.
I think that's it though. What
No, I don't fucking mean it again. Fucking skinwalkers.
Oh my.
Bacot lu anjing. Mau aja dimainin lu tolol.
What language is that? Indonesian or something? I'm not even gonna begin to guess. I have no idea. It sounds like Indonesian or something. Anyways, hold on. Where's my O crab so crab? Best song in the entire soundtrack. Oh, that's loud. Alright, so let's take a look at some of these comments, huh? Oh my god. Bro, I don't know what's happening with my mouse. Alright. Clear this because it's annoying me. Alright. Man somehow made a tier list worse than Preedwin and got mad when argued against. Not true, bro. The Preedwin tier list, that thing was a whole nother level, bro. For those of you, the true fans who remember, when I did a stream that was like 2 hours of roasting the Preedwin tier list, sheesh, you already know. Like, I'm pretty sure they updated the tier list since then, though. Maybe we can check it out. I'm pretty sure they updated the tier list since I did that stream. It's probably not as completely terrible as it used to be. Because I think they reformatted everything. Yeah, okay. I mean, we could take a cursory look at this in a bit. Let's, hold on. Let me just, alright. Carmen making it out of the light with this one. Bro, distorting. I mean, he is. Throughout heaven and earth, you alone are the yapper one. Bro, actually, it's really funny. It's really funny that he gets called a yapper when I don't think I've been called a yapper more than like once or twice. I don't think I've been called a yapper more than once or twice, and my videos are always like an hour long. Oh my god. This guy is getting destroyed. No way this guy said he didn't care about Rando's thought. Nah, okay. If I was him, like, there's a billion amount of yapping, bro. Oh my god. If I was him, I would not read these. Like, these comments are just not. These comments are not it, bro. Like, I would not be reading these. Usually, I read all my comments. Sometimes, you know, what's it called? Sometimes you know, I see some comments and they're like a little bit distasteful, but I'm like, yeah, sure, all right. But you know, sometimes if you get this many comments and they're all just like, you just have to not read the comments, bro. You just gotta not read the comments if it's like this much stuff where it's like, actually in the disclaimer they're ranked predominantly on fighting power and points out that dog shit IDs are decent tiers because of bench passives. Actually, oh my god, bro, like, who cares? Like, bro, you can use your brain a little bit and assume, like, you know, just watch the video and you can use your own critical thinking skills and assume what he's talking about. You don't have to pick apart every single word he says, man. Like, oh my god, bro, you're telling me this guy's not the yapper? I'm just saying, like, I feel a little bad for this guy. He's speaking the truth. He is speaking the truth, bro. It's just like he has not ever, I'm assuming he's like new to making videos. New-ish. Okay, I mean, like, yeah, probably about a month ago, huh? Because I'm not counting these. Honkai Star Rail, Kafka, Brain Rot. I'm assuming it's like about a month ago, but yeah, this one. Probably, because this is like 20 minutes long, like 7 minutes, 20 minutes long, you know? So it's probably like a, like, relatively new-ish, and that's why. But like, bro, I feel so bad for this guy. He's kind of true, but this is just like what everyone goes through, bro. Anyways, that's enough. You know, we'll take a... Actually, I'm curious about the Pre-1 tier list a little bit, what they reworked on it. Damage dealer. I mean, we could get into, like, the real particular stuff, like, you know, technically this and that, you know, whatever, like, you know, I don't know if you want to count, like, some people as, like, a status or, like, a damage dealer or something, like, I don't fucking know. Like, you can choose whatever. But, it looks pretty standard, to be honest. I mean, you know, like, LCCB Ishmael, SS tier status specialist. Actually, she's not that good. Yeah, okay, like, sure, whatever. I mean, it's not as egregious as it was before, as far as I can tell. Middle Dawn in A tier, though. As what? This is damage dealer? Nah, she's like tank support, though. Isn't she? Where's... Yeah, little brother Mersault's tank support. I thought she would be a tank support also. Whatever. I mean, like, there's not really, like... Yeah, there's not really anything super egregious anymore, I think. I mean, I'm not gonna go through again and, like, read all of them, but, like, you know, I mean, you could probably bump down, like, fucking Rosebanner Mersault, like, you know, there's, you know, Sunshower Heathcliff, like, maybe he does not deserve B tier, same thing as She Ishmael, like, we can just agree that, like, you know, Suncliff is not the same tier as She Ishmael, for example, and he should probably go into tank, instead of damage dealer, like, you know, whatever, like, sure, I mean, but it's not like, anything super, super terrible. Also, W Dawn and S tier, I never thought I'd see the day. But for those of you who are not, like, in Railway meta right now, most of the fights take about 2 turns, and, like, quote-unquote, the power creep, of most of the Railway fights, pretty much all of them can be done in, like, 2 turns, like, deadass. And Dawn, as you know, W Dawn takes 3 turns to charge up. So, because you need, like, a skill 1 and a skill 2 to charge, for Rip Space, right? So, funny thing, she actually has dropped in meta usage because the fights are too fast for her to charge. Which is really funny. It's... Middle Dawn does not like a lot of damage from my experience. Well, yeah, of course. She doesn't like to take a lot of damage, but most of her utility is from her counter. From what I can tell. I mean, I've only used her like twice, so you probably know a lot more than I do. But just in general, I don't know if she's like truly a damage dealer. To me, she kind of plays more like a bruiser. She doesn't want to tank. She doesn't want to, like, tank, but she's, like, a support DPS bruiser character. But, yeah, the reason W Dawn still gets used in Railway anymore is because her skill 2 just inflicts 2 fragile. And you actually end up bricking on Rip Space more than actually using it, because you never have enough charge anymore to, like, get Rip Space anymore. It's, like, crazy, bro. I never thought I would see the day. This game is doomed, bro. Like... I never thought I'd see the day that Teledon into Rip Space pipeline is too slow. Oh my god. Isn't that so messed up? What the hell? Anyways, I mean, this looks pretty alright. I mean, it looks pretty defensible. Couple outliers, you know, whatever. But, sure. Anyways, we can watch this. I'm sure you're all so excited to watch this.
Now,
I think we left off on, like, Drifting Fox. I think. Yeah, we left off on Drifting Fox. He said that was like the worst fight ever. We'll just rewind a bit so I can remember.
To allow me to deal fatal damage for more of the fight, since the head has far less HP than the body.
And then,
Regardless,
give me a playback
average
speed.
fight took about 15-ish turns to complete, which is just horrible. The main problems were the same I was presented with in Cycle 3, but one extra umbrella and one more protection really did make some of these turns tricky to navigate. MVP for this fight has to be Sloshmo. This is where I really started using Snack Harpoon's passive to drag some good clashing numbers out of her, and her skill 3 was a vital part in clashing with the Cry Seeking Something skill, even if an Ego would have done the same job. Again, sanity. Sorry to peek early, but this fight really and truly was the most painful, simply because I got punished in so many ways, both for things that were my fault and also completely RNG. Cycle 3 Fox was the peak of my railway suffering. A fight worthy of 10
I'm
out of
low-key
10 on the
surprised. I'm low-key surprised that this was the worst fight. I mean, usually the fight doesn't last long enough, so I actually did not know that there was a mechanic where he just uses a mass attack every single turn. Like, I actually didn't know that that phase of the fight even existed, because usually the Fox just dies so fast. So, I mean, like, I guess, that would be probably a pretty important distinction, but, there are some fights that I imagine to be worse, but I suppose we'll see. I
This was
thought,
the
like,
fight-
for example, Fey Lantern would have been fucking terrible because you can't kill the fairy and it just charms all of your guys, and it's just, like, the worst thing ever. But I think the charm only really matters that much if you're trying to go fast. Like, if you lose a turn because you get unlucky on which sinners get charmed and you can't kill the fairy in one turn, you just lose a turn. So if you're not trying to low turn or anything, like, it kind of makes sense. Pretty damn good in Mirror Dungeon Bleed Team because her skill 3 inflicts bleed 4 times, I think, which procs Ego gives a bunch, but in floor 5 she drops off pretty hard because no evade. Yeah, okay, every sitter with no evade probably drops off. I mean, that's fair. I guess, I mean, I didn't really think about that, but yeah, I guess if you do inflict bleed multiple times, instead of one big stack, you can trigger bleed multiple times on one skill. It actually is a lot better. I actually did not think of that, because I just don't run status teams. I just run, like, you know, whatever is my weekly bonus. I just learned yesterday that when Middle Dawn triggers her passive and uses skill 3 on counter, the game still, what does that say? Considers considers, but with a C, it as a counter, so it gets like 5 base power. Yeah. It is still a counter. She still, like, she needs to get hit in order to use the skill, so it's still a counter. I think it's the same with Kurakumo Rogia too.
That made me need to change my entire approach to this run.
With
so
her
I need to give it the
passive
rating it deserves.
sky clearing
3
cut
full
or
hours
whatever.
of fighting Drifting Fox just to try and win on Cycle 3 is awful. Now, it may seem like Steam Machine is still the obvious choice for most painful, but remember, with Steam Machine, while the fight was unbearably long, there was always an end in sight. This fight, every attempt was likely to die 20 minutes in, whereas Steam Machine was one fight that was double the length, but I could mostly just zone out. Now that I know my strategy better for Fox, he would not be nearly as tricky now. But the painometer accounts for human error, so Drifting Fox absolutely was the worst fight.
100 damage Blade Lineage Otis. Sheesh.
Now, a bit of a break from the
Yeah, that's
pain.
pretty good.
Kind of. T-Corp did not pose any real threat to my
these
run,
guys can't
and
be
Cycles
that
1 and
bad.
2 are hardly worth discussing.
I think these are, like, some of the easiest enemies in the entire railway. They're just filler enemies.
There are some problems.
Not bad.
Including another fundamental problem in my team that was made glaringly obvious here. Let's look at T-Corp's sin and damage type resistances. Blunt is ineffective, and so are Sloth and Wrath.
Alright, Blunt is ineffective. I mean, doesn't, like, 90% of his damage come from Blunt? Like, all of the bad IDs, coincidentally, I think are, like, Blunt damage. I'm pretty sure, like, I remember, like, seeing his team comp, and I thought, like, yeah, okay, I mean, I'm pretty sure there's only a few there's, like, one that does Pierce or something, and, like, one that does Slash, and the rest is just all Blunt,
Now
I
let's
think.
look at
Like,
some of
Chef
our
Gregor's
skills.
Slash.
Flashmill skill 2,
And then
Spyro
Blade
skill
Lineage
1 and
Otis
2,
is, like,
Base Merceau skill
mixed.
1, Mariachi skill 1, Base Faust's skill 2. All of those skills deal a quarter of the normal damage to T-Corp. How many of my skills are blunt? 15. 15 of my 21 skills,
Yeah,
also
okay.
known as 70% of all of my attacks, were blunt, meaning 70% of my attacks would deal at least half damage.
Awesome.
This was a continuous problem and also applied to Drifting Fox, but here it was especially apparent. So, how do we solve this issue?
I mean, they also, like, heal to full. Like, there's no way he's gonna be able to burst them fast enough that they don't heal off their passive to, like, half health or something. Like, that's
Well,
so
as you were probably seeing, you
that's
solved the issue
gonna
by pressing the
be
ego button.
terrible.
Ebony Stem was the MVP on this fight in particular, speeding it up significantly, since the Pierce weakness was the main way to actually deal damage to these guys. The strategy I followed was similar to what one would do in a normal run, nuking down one T-Corp guy, then the other. But in order to nuke, I often needed all of my skill slots. So I played to try and stagger them both at the same time, then nuke the top one,
quote-unquote
followed by the bottom
nuke,
one a couple
I
of
guess.
turns later. Lining up Rodian and Base Merceau's
it actually
was
doesn't seem
crucial,
that bad.
since they
He's
were my
not-
most damaging skills
He
by
could
far.
probably kill them, actually, once they're
Unsurprisingly,
staggered.
T-Corp went by generally pretty fast, and on Cycle 2, I actually managed to defeat them in 4 turns, which was the lowest turn count I
Wow.
could ever get on a node.
4 turns.
Though the first encounter did take quite a while,
That's actually
and once
pretty
a second
respectable.
wave was added on, this fight became more problematic. It mostly came down to player error and doing the incorrect moves in order to not trigger T-Corp passives. T-Corp did have one attack that was really high,
there
and
it
the
is.
speed and bind application
Dude, I think we've all been there where we underkill it by like 10 damage or something and it heals. Like, that is the worst feeling in the world, actually.
was annoying. But truthfully, nothing about this fight was ever going to roadblock me. But now is probably the best time to talk about the Merceau conundrum. The Merceau conundrum was a pretty big part of why this run was so difficult to get right. And it comes down to the fact that while I fueled Pursuance very well, and it was a very potent healer, it could not heal Merceau himself. If I used Pursuance, it would also cripple Merceau's sanity, meaning I could not use his skill 3 very well. The best way to rectify this was with Fluid Sac, but conserving envy was the name of the game, and I stuck to that philosophy so hard that it honestly ended up costing me. Since Merceau was the only ID that could only be healed via Fluid Sac, the
How
best
much
I was ever going to
Eco? He has 46. I don't know which cycle count this is, but he has 46 envy. Bro, you could get away with using some of that. Like, I don't think you need to keep all of that.
Thankfully, the Merceau conundrum was not too relevant for T-Corp, except for the few times they would hit me with their Pierce skills, which really hurt Merceau, especially with his Pierce weakness. Overall, though, T-Corp is a 4.5 out of 10 on the pain scale, generally
Yeah, it's pretty
trivial,
fair.
but with some relatively tame moments of difficulty and fight length. But going into Railway, I always knew this fight would be a freebie.
Yeah.
This next fight, on the other hand... What's the opposite of a freebie? Expensive? I don't know. Anyways, I have a question.
Expensive B.
Do you like this animation? Yeah, I don't. Not anymore. Insanity is often referred to...
I mean, yeah, Roja Base Ego is basically a free get out of jail free card on this, like, because the fairy is fatal to Slash and Pride, so it's like actually pretty good. The only problem is if your Roja gets stunned, then you're probably not doing very much at all.
As doing the same thing
That's
over and
kind
over
of the
again
concern.
and expecting a different result. Welcome to Fey Lantern, the fight that literally tries to make you go crazy. I don't even know where to begin with the problems for this fight, so I suppose I'll start from the end of the T-Corp fight. I would intentionally try to set myself up so that my skills would have Chef Gregor with his skill 3 and BL Otis with her skill 3 if possible.
Oh yeah, her skill 3 is Slash and Pride also. That's convenient.
Many factors could lead to this not being feasible, but small things like this are small ways for me to counteract my horrible innate weaknesses of actually having to use this team. So, once loading into Fey Lantern, I would adjust the skill slot order of my party, making Rodian first, then BL Otis, and from there it did not really matter. This is a small way to manipulate Fey Lantern's charm mechanics, since my speed ranges are relatively similar on a lot of IDs, and I want Rodian to not be charmed as much as possible. Putting her first means she will break ties with other IDs rolling the same speed, so if multiple IDs roll a 2 on speed, which is pretty likely, she will be the fastest out of those IDs that rolled a 2.
Yo, how many of you knew this? I was aware of this, but I don't think I ever said it. I was aware of this, but I don't think I ever said it. But that's how they do the passive priority as well, like support passive priority, obviously. But like breaking speed ties also matters, especially here, evidently. I was aware this existed. I don't know how many people were aware this existed. Besides, like, if you watch this video, if you watch this video, then I mean, yeah, obviously you probably knew. But besides watching the video, like, there's no way, like, in a practical sense, you would ever be able to figure this out, right?
Ideally, we need Rodian to be one of the 3 fastest IDs.
It's a neat little
On cycle
tidbit.
4, I got fantastic RNG. On previous cycles, less so.
I had no idea. Yeah, see, I had a feeling.
The problem came with the IDs that were fast on my team. Well, one specifically, because Sloshmill had no good options for dealing damage to Fey Lantern.
Yeah.
None of her ego help, and Gloom is ineffective. So the best damage option here was, hilariously, Capote. Which is to say, not very good. Chef Gregor was okay so long as he had his skill 3 ready to use.
Welcome back,
His skill 1
Meals.
was alright damage, similar story with his
It's been
skill 2. Since
quite
Gluttony was
good.
resisted and it was single coin, these 2 skills dealt about the same amount of damage. The third slot was far less guaranteed, and Rodian was absolutely the best ID to have here, but that was unlikely at best. I saw every one of my sinners be the third non-charmed ID except for Base Merceau. Yes, Somehow, Mariachi Sinclair ended up uncharmed one time. Without Spy Rodian in my initial lineup,
Awesome.
taking a round of unopposed attacks from Fey Lantern was inevitable. I just had to accept it. In the first encounter with Fey Lantern in Cycle 2, I took 2 rounds of unopposed attacks before finally being able to destroy the fairy. In that fight, despite having one more ID to work with, I had awful RNG, with no Spy Rodian in any of my lineups, leading to a 15
Awesome.
turn Fey
Yeah.
Lantern fight.
Okay, I mean, that's just, I mean, hey, that's just fucking
Of course,
miserable.
like I mentioned, this is another Gloom ineffective fight. Meaning
That's
once I
terrible.
did stagger Fey Lantern, my damage was still pretty much negligible.
Yep.
So after my first run in, this fight simply became, yeah, repeat that like 5 or 6 times. But on Cycle 4 specifically, I beat this fight on my first try.
Oh, wow. He did not equip Zenyatta for Otis. Yeah, that's a big mistake, bro. I mean, like, the thing is, when you're on a team like this, I can kind of understand using Sunshower instead because of the clashing value. But Zenyatta's just so good. Like, people sleep on it so much. It's actually really, really good. Not for slashing damage. It's just the overclock gives you Fragile for free, which is good in low turn.
I would just like to say, was insanely lucky. Hitting the speed range I needed for Spy Rodian
know,
and never missing heads with
it's actually
kind of
Smurf.
which was another factor that led to an extended fight in the past. So it would be
Just discovered last week I can hold click to accelerate ego. And you didn't know that? Oh my god. Oh my god. I can't believe I've been doing that since launch. You didn't know that? That's so sad, bro. Oh my god. I feel terrible. It's been almost a year. You've been watching full-length feature film ego animations for a full year? That's terrible. Oh. Is he even generating lust? I mean, kinda. I think his most generated sins are like Gloom and Pride.
no surprise the MVP for this fight is
Oh,
what is
it's like
cast.
Gloom and Sloth. We can see
Doing
it over
worst team
here.
Fey Lantern is what
He
made me
has some
specifically
lust.
mention what is cast in my Railway Guide video, simply because it aligns perfectly with Fey Lantern's weaknesses, and it's a strong ego. Also, I did kind of just talk about it, but again, I had very few slash skills. 4 slash skills total, spread across 2 IDs, with 2 of them being 1 coin skills that don't do much damage.
Awesome.
Lack of damage type variety was a huge concern before doing this fight, but I'm extremely fortunate that on Cycle 4 I was blessed with incredible RNG. This fight very easily could have been a massive wall, where Fey Lantern would have been healing a ton due to an
I've been generating dust waiting for the animations to finish. Bro, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry to hear
hailing
that.
if I had not
That's
broken the fairy quick enough
terrible.
or not staggered the body when I had a chance. The extra unopposed damage of my IDs was also a concern, since gluttony damage is really bad, especially for Merceau and Faust, though thankfully Merceau resists blunts, and so long as Merceau is alive, Faust's health is relatively irrelevant. Fey Lantern really was one of the fights I was most worried about. Probably the one I actually was the most worried about. And it only
Yeah, I was okay, see? That's what I'm saying, bro. Fey Lantern, this is what I mean, like, I'm assuming on paper Fey Lantern's gonna be the hardest one. Like, this one sucks ass, bro, if you can't burst it. It sucks so bad.
live up to my expectations because of my insanely good luck on Cycle 4. Don't get me wrong though, the fight I got is not easily replicable. And there's a mirror world out there somewhere where this fight takes me the longest to complete in all of the Railway.
Alright.
Fey Lantern gets an 8 out of 10 on the pain meter for having a pretty miserable Cycle 2 and 3.
8 out of 10 could have been worse, but he got lucky. I mean, that's fair. That's fair.
But thankfully it fell flat in terms of difficulty at the end. After I defeated Cycle 4 Fey Lantern though, I really started to feel the end in reach. There were still some scary fights ahead, but I was getting to be able to see the top of the mountain.
Again, I don't think Centipede's going to be that
There was
big
still
of a
treacherous
problem.
road ahead. Made even worse,
Because he
by this
doesn't
next
have
fight.
any charge IDs. Centipede is only really a problem because he steals your charge to get self-charge. So if you ever get hit, like if you're running a charge comp and you ever get hit, then Centipede will just extend the fight even further because he keeps gaining self-charge. But if your team comp has no charge for him to steal, then it's not really that bad at all, actually. It's just kind of annoying because of his speed range, and he does do a fair amount of damage. And I'm pretty sure, like, some of his tanks, I think, like, Slosh Mael is fatal to pierce, and Centipede does, like, a solid amount of piercing damage. Like, I think Mersault is also fatal to pierce off the top of my head. I don't remember.
I won't sugarcoat or dance around this. Cycle 3 Shock Centipede seemed genuinely unbeatable.
Okay,
I got
that's
to this
fucked
fight,
up.
and once again, I'd reached a wall. This time, it felt like it wasn't even of my own creation. Cycle 2 Centipede was easy enough. With some decent luck, I passed it pretty swiftly. But yet,
Okay.
once again, Cycle 3 proved it wanted to give me issues. What were those issues exactly? to the grow. Slosh Mill is Pierce Fatal, Virodian is Envy Fatal.
Yeah, okay. So you can't so he basically can't use he can't use skills on either of them because they both just die instantly. Yeah, see that's the one thing that I was kind of worried about because they both have aggro. I guess Mersal doesn't have aggro. He's like fatal to Pierce also, I think, but he doesn't have aggro at least. So he doesn't get targeted as often, I suppose. That's fucked up though. And the Centipede's speed range is so annoying. It's like 2 to 6 or something, so he can like high roll. Annoying. How was I supposed to know I could accelerate them? The game never tells you. You're just supposed to know from a friend, I guess. I mean, you've been here for like most of my streams. Whenever I play, yeah, you've never thought to yourself, yeah, interesting. How come his ego animations are so much faster than mine? You know,
Centipede had both of those attacks and Sinifin.
That's
It
miserable.
had more coins than the average fight, leading to a much more intimidating fight if something went wrong, and a lot more damage too. And trust me, lots did go wrong. For several resets, I'd keep getting stuck with too many attacks pointed at Slosh Mill, leading to her being paralyzed and swiftly killed. This happened again and again. I would clash with Snag Harpoon because I was desperate and just needed a quick option, and then after
I was like weird,
checked
checked the options and saw nothing and
not just for
forgot.
passive, which I had used on Fox, but for the 6 spine. This meant that whatever body part I hit with Snag Harpoon could easily be redirected, since I could not roll below a 2 on speed, so if he was at 1 speed, I could always redirect. Spamming Snag Harpoon also meant I was no longer gaining aggro, meaning I would generally not need as much RNG to not have Slosh Mill be attacked.
That's a very clever strategy. Also, this is a shout out to Sunshower Otis because this ego is quite cheap and clashes pretty like very well against Centipede. So, you know, this is actually like, you know, he might have paid the price for not bringing Sunyata on the previous stage and like a couple other ones, but on Centipede specifically, it's actually quite good. So that's you know, makes up for it. And also the Snag Harpoon strategy, that's quite intelligent. I'll give him that.
I'll be honest, I feel pretty stupid for not considering Snag Harpoon a lot earlier, but Bind is usually such a forgettable effect and hardly relevant. It was moments like these where I had to actually use a game mechanic I had not before, or I had to think of some way to overcome an obstacle that was never there normally. That is why this challenge was actually fun to do. Was it fun all the time?
Haha,
God, no. But when I was humbled and basically learned something new, that was refreshing, if a little frustrating. Either way, the real part of this fight that felt impossible was the phase where he is dead. Getting rid of all the self-charge was probably possible, but to be honest, I could not be bothered to try and line that up, since I could barely destroy the head before the next time for it to coil up and gain more self-charge. So I basically just accepted I would have to trudge through that phase. The problem is with Centipede's targeting during this segment. Centipede will focus down the ID with the lowest health. Ideally, this would be someone not named Slosh Mill because she could intercept. Before I discovered Snag Harpoon strategies, it felt like every turn, Centipede would roll a 5 or above on speed during this phase, basically meaning this was impossible. I began to think I would have to genuinely sacrifice an ID to get past here, or get just insanely good RNG. But thankfully that was not the case. With the 6 bind applied to Centipede's body, the part that would do 3 attacks, I could easily redirect with the rest of my team, and with the 1 attack being done by the head, could be clashed by the lowest HP Sinner that
yeah, she just gets fucking destroyed.
Once I discovered the power of spamming Snag Harpoon in this fight, it broke wide open, leading to a relatively easy victory on Cycle 4. You might have noticed by now, but the main difficulties came on the cycles before Cycle 4. And there's a very good reason for that, which I'll talk about on the next fight.
I'm assuming Cycle 4 is easier than Cycle 3, because his strategy is to save, like he mentioned a lot of times, his strategy is to save ego resources, like quote-unquote just in case. He said he mentioned he was like the type to save health potions and just die with like 70 health pots or something. I'm assuming Cycle 4 is easier because it's the final stretch, so he's probably more mentally, you know, prepared to use a lot of ego because he's not saving anymore. That's like the mentality shift, I'm assuming, is probably the only thing that I can think of that would make it easier, because otherwise there's no reason that it would ever be easier.
The MVP for Shock Centipede has to be Snag Harpoon, and to a lesser extent, Chef Gregor. Chef Gregor has 2 bind on his skill 2, which was sometimes used on the head or body when I did not want to use Snag Harpoon. Or during the last phase, it would be used on the head to have some extra safety bind in play to make redirecting clashes even safer. But without Snag Harpoon, I genuinely do not know how I would have gotten past this without some absurd RNG similar to what happened with Fey Lantern. Despite stacked odds, I made it through another very scary fight. Shock Centipede was a 7.5 out of 10 on the pain meter. Strong multi-coin pierce attacks pose a threat to a lot of my team, but with careful playing and the power of Snag Harpoon, which I never really thought I would say,
Alright.
I made it through.
Not too bad at all, seems like.
Look, I love Fairy Gentleman. He's got the funny slam and the...
This fight is definitely, like, piss easy. There's just no way. Like, I would never... I would never imagine this fight is ever hard. Like, it's probably gonna be a very easy one. Even for this team comp, it's probably easy.
Big smile. But he was not a hard fight.
Yeah, it is
Relatively.
not hard. Relatively.
I lost to him twice, and it was entirely my fault. Can you guess why I lost? This attack, which takes your tipsy and deals a bajillion damage if you are not tipsy, combined with aggro, is not very good, and my speed is bad. So after I realized I just needed to not be an idiot, this fight was easy. Fairy Duo is sadly not much scarier.
Yeah.
I was excited for this to be a...
No, when I was talking about easy, I assumed he was talking about the both of them. But yeah, like I said, this fight is probably the easiest.
difficult fight that was fun, because, I mean, it's the boys, but the fight boiled down
The
to
boys.
this. Just survive for a few turns, then once the giant clover's up, kill Fairy Gentleman while Fairy Longlegs waits for you to hit him for some reason, and then kill Fairy Longlegs. The only tricky part was some extra attack power on Fairy Gentleman, but I played very carefully as to ensure I would not be losing any clashes.
I'm just gonna run a scouting generalist team for first attempt of Railway 3. I mean, I think everyone will. You know, scouting team is basically the move in pretty much all of their games. You always just got to do a scouting run. The thing that I do for the most part is like I bring my Railway 2 meta team to Railway 3 as the scouting team. That's what I do.
This fight was just really long. Fairy Gentleman and Fairy Longlegs.
But if you want to play it really safe, you know, if you want to do like a scouting generalist team and play it really safe, you would just run like kind of like a mirror dungeon hard team where it's focused on clashing, balanced ego generation, and resources and safety. Like you would bring like Sonk IDs probably, and like high clashing and solid sustain. Like fueling fluid sac would probably be a priority. Stuff like that, you know. Just so that you can make sure you don't lose, bare minimum. And that's like probably another very viable strategy. I will run a team and never touch Railway 3 again. I mean, that's hella valid too.
So I was doing a lot less damage, and honestly, this made me realize how Blunt is just okay for Railway 2. It's probably the worst damage type to have the majority of, which is fitting for this challenge, even if it was an unintended side effect. Now though, let me address the elephant in the room. Since this fight can only be accessed on Cycle 4, by this point I only had 2 fights left, and I mentioned how Cycle 4 was actually easy. That's because I had genuinely gotten better, like so much better at using this team. Near the beginning of the challenge, I was still stuck in the same mentality as any other team. Just try to use my strongest skills and get through the fights quickly. This lack of foresight would often end up costing me more time than saving it. And though I have no footage of the earlier cycle runs, it didn't really punish me for this mentality early on. But Cycle 3 really was the turning point. By Fairy Duo, though, I had a much more clear idea of how I could deal with problems that came my way. Some I knew all along, like going unopposed with Chef Gregor's skill 1, then clashing with a weak attack that was guaranteed to win anyways due to the 1 Paralyze applied, or literally just using Leisure Domain. Other strategies, like Snag Harpoon for the 6 bind, or even using the passive for consistency, or using Impending Day on the Umbrellas, these strategies only occurred to me once I fully immersed myself in and accepted this challenge for what it was. I was hardly playing the same Limbus company anymore. There was no real synergy between my team, so I had to play to my outs. By this point as well, my Envy hoarding paid off immensely. Even on Centipede and Fey Lantern, I could use Fluid Sac freely enough and not have to worry about Envy. I set myself up for success by taking the hard road on Cycle 3, so that this Cycle 4 could be as easy as it was. But it's not like Cycle 4 is over, right? We have another fight. Before then, Fairy Duo really was harmless.
Okay,
but
I think
I'll give an MVP to Zwyrodian because she really does deserve an MVP title for one of these fights.
I think Wayward Passenger will either be super easy or super hard, because he's quite squishy, but he does a lot of damage. I think that he'll probably be on the easier side, I imagine, especially if you can just use Ego on everyone. Because it's like the second to last fight, basically, and he has like functionally infinite Ego resources. I think with functionally infinite Ego resources, he'll probably be easier than harder. But I mean, usually that fight goes one of 2 ways. It's either like the bane of your existence, or it's like piss easy.
Consistently and constantly throughout the railway, she has been shortening the fights and absorbing damage in a safe way with her 20 shield health pool to fall back on. leading to her being relatively self-sufficient, with her one major downside being that skill 1, since every other skill is actually pretty good once the skill 3 coin power came online, which it almost always was past cycle 0. Overall, there were some tricky things about this fight, like the sin affinities of Fairy Gentleman and Fairy Longlegs being Gluttony and Lust, which can be very scary, especially for Merceau and Faust, but this fight sits comfortably at a 4 out of 10 on the pain meter.
There you go. 4 out of 10.
Wayward
Pretty simple.
Passenger. Now, I was told this fight would basically be the end of the road for me, and I could see why.
Yeah, see, like, it either goes one of two ways.
Scary counter, dealing lots of extra damage, generally more powerful attacks than the average railway fight due to offense level, the potential to see high speed rip space and have it destroy me, his generally high speed, but none of that happened. I didn't get destroyed. In fact, Wayward Passenger was a first try victory.
Yeah, there you go.
And
See?
again,
there you go.
that's exactly what I planned for. I did get a little bit lucky throughout the fight. He cooperated with me in terms of those speed rangers and general coin flip RNG, but the most key thing here was dealing with his counter, and thankfully I had a plan. Any counter will only trigger if you hit the body part that it is on. So
Yeah.
I wanted to take the counter with Chef Gregor or Sloshing Ishmael, which was easy enough to manage when they're the two fastest IDs I have, and even if they were slower, I would just not hit that body part that has the counter until their turn was up.
Very nice.
But the main thing that made this fight easy was the resources I had stockpiled.
Yeah, there you go.
Now, some people
Infinite
who watched
ego
the first parts of the video
resources. Yeah, if
might
you
have already
use,
known this would be the case.
if you're using ego, and then unopposed random skill, evade, skill 3, and then ego, it's probably going to be pretty easy, like every turn. If every turn looks something like this, yeah, it'll be pretty straightforward.
If you use ego well, you can literally get past everything. And simply due to how hyped up this fight was in terms of difficulty, both by myself and by others I talked to, I wanted to be prepared as possible for this fight. You can call my use of ego lame, but honestly, I don't care. This challenge was plenty difficult as it was, and I know no ego is impossible, and I'm fairly certain that with my rule set, base ego only would also be impossible, or so RNG reliant that it would be unreasonable. Regardless, Wayward Passenger, the strategy boiled down to staggering both arms if possible, which I don't think I ever did, actually, then destroying his portals with AoE, which I definitely did do. It was really as simple as that. And since I was in the home
Yeah,
stretch,
then you have AoE, and then some cleanup skills. Yeah, okay. I mean, the portal phase obviously is
ego
going to
resources were
instantly
something
die.
I could really cash out on, and I took full advantage of.
Tails, it
Truthfully,
is what it is.
This fight was in the bag the moment I had decent speed luck on the first turn, and from there, it was never going to stop me, despite what I would have thought initially. The trickiest part was trying to calculate the least amount of resources I needed to kill all the portals as quickly as possible, and honestly, while that aspect was kind of fun, it was ultimately pointless since I eventually decided to just go overkill.
Yeah.
I do want to make it clear, though, this fight absolutely could have been a problem without proper planning and stockpiling of resources as I did, so I am extremely glad I did suffer for the sake of having a clear shot to the finish line. I actually did have him lined up ready to use high-speed rip space, but he was so low on health at that point that I was able to...
Yeah, he's super squishy.
That
Even
said,
for
this
like...
fight was actually my favorite.
What's it called? Even for like a shitter team, he falls pretty quickly. Relatively, it's turn 9 or something, but like relatively speaking to some of the other fights that take like 15, 20 turns or whatever, like 9 turns not too bad at all.
It was high stakes and quick, the rare, intense battle that likely could have fallen apart at any moment and did not overstay its welcome. I was confident in using this team by now, and so I felt in control of the battle the whole time, which was an immensely satisfying experience. Compared to the other encounters throughout Railway that feel like they were boring.
Dog shit machine.
MVP for this fight goes to all of the AoE ego.
Yeah.
Fluid Sack, Ebony Stem, Order Blossom Star, and Leisure Domain. Without those, this fight could have been a lot more problematic. Wayward Passenger gets a 5 out of 10 on difficulty, with most of those points being hypothetical, but I don't think I can reasonably say this fight was easier than Talisman Doll or Fairies, simply due to the resources it sapped, and it definitely could have been a lot more painful.
Yeah. I'm curious how many resources he has on
I took a deep breath and realized I made it this far. I went through 20.
Okay, he's got 100 Wrath or something.
8 fights with this.
What does he have? 100 Wrath, 80 Lust, like 150 Wrath, 80 Lust, 140 Sloth, 35 Glut, and then 76 Gloom, 50 Pride, 20 Envy. I mean, that's like more than you'll probably ever need on Crown of Roses.
This horrible, awful team.
It's just really... This is, like, stupid to look at, by the way. What the hell is this? What the hell? There's nothing you could have used these resources on? I'm just curious. I'm not flaming him, I'm just actually asking. Like, what if, like, Capote Mersaults, doesn't that only cost, Wrath, Lust, and Sloth. Like, you could have used Capote Mersal more, maybe. Like, it's literally free. Like, functionally, it's free.
Had made it this far. Who could have expected that? And I began to understand. Maybe just a little bit. Perhaps 90% of the way up that hill, Sisyphus would look back down and see just how far he made it. So even if he never reached the top, which he never would, he was satisfied with how far he had come. I didn't want to be like Sisyphus, though.
Oh, I want to win.
wanted to complete this challenge
Yeah, I want
and
to
not
win.
stumble at the end.
Come on.
So, I entered the last stage. Sign of Roses. Now, first of all, thank you for watching this far. This video has been super tricky to put together, and this challenge was incredibly rough to bear through, so I sincerely hope you've enjoyed it up to this point. That being said, I entered the Sign of Roses fight with full confidence. I knew I could make it to the end.
Yeah, this fight is pretty easy, especially with AoE spam. Like, if you just spam AoE egos, it's pretty easy in comparison to, what's it called, like some of the previous fights.
That it would end in my victory. But I was nervous. I mean, look at my team. I had gotten used to using them, sure, but they were what held me back most of all. There were a few problems my team specifically had going into this fight, outside of the obvious. Let's look at my team's skill 1 lineup.
Yeah, let's take a look at
Gloom
the
from
skill
Slosh Mill,
ones.
Lust from Chef Gregor, Wrath from Bia Lotus, Sloth from Miriashi, Wrath from Zvyrodian, Sloth from Base Merceau, and Pride from Base.
I think people flame the Wrath Roses a lot. I think the Gloom ones are the most annoying, and the other ones are kind of whatever. The Wrath ones are kind of annoying because, you know, they deal recoil damage and whatever, but, like, if you kill them with AoE, it's not that bad. So, the Gloom ones just have absurd level of resistance, so they're just annoying. I just don't like them. But overall, I mean, it could be worse.
Faust. The biggest problem here is having 2 Wrath Roses, which would deal damage back to me when I killed them. I knew, though, that I had enough resources to use my AoE ego to destroy the Roses and get through the fight.
Yeah.
I did have to reset twice due to my horrible aggro luck, meaning my Zvyrodian and Sloshmill got targeted by, like, 6
Oh my
different
god.
attacks. But after being past that, the main problem arose
Alright.
with now having Hardening, meaning the Roses took up more of my attack weight, which meant it was harder to hit more of them with attack weight 3 ego, and even attack weight 5 ego only hit 3 of them.
Yeah.
Despite all these problems, I had Fluid Sac. So the only concern was if the Roses lived long enough to kill my IDs flat out, which I had so many tools to prevent. And most of all, I had the knowledge of the fight to know exactly what I had to do. After the first round of Roses had passed, and I'd wailed on Sign of Roses a bit, I realized I had this fight guaranteed. It was a strange feeling, but I knew that I would truly not make it to the top of the insurmountable hill if I had a boulder weighing me down.
Yeah.
The boulder
I mean,
that
this fight is, like, pretty impossible to, like, lose. Just because it's the end of the railway. So even if, like, you can sack people if you want also. Like, you know, if someone's already done their job, like, if you have an N-Corp Faust, for example, like Gripper Faust, she already used all of her skill 2s, and you don't need her egos for anything, then you just don't even have to kill her Rose. You can just let the Rose kill her, because she doesn't really have anything else to offer. So, like, you know, and it's the last stage, so you can just sack people and not have to, like, actually do anything if you want, right?
represented the majority of my suffering had to be cast off first before I won.
Like, all you need to do to
Before I
win
was
is have one person
satisfied.
survive at the
Before
end.
one could imagine, ESGOO is happy. So, as I was there on turn 8 of Sign of Roses, just before the finish line, with the majority of Roses in reach of being killed or otherwise staggered, I ignored one Rose in particular, allowing myself to finally be free of the one ID whose mere existence in this run made me have to change my entire strategy in most fights. In spite of the benefits she brought me, I knew I had to do this. I let Slosh Mill die.
07 slash A. 07. Bro, this dude. Bro,
Made me have to change my
I
entire
love this
strategy in
stupid ass
most fights.
animation,
In
bro.
spite of the benefits she brought me, I knew I had to do this. I let Slosh Mill die.
Dude, the animation when they turn into the rose and they like do the little T posing with the roses is so funny, bro. I love their their death sprite is so funny. And he says it with such solemnity that I don't know. Dude, it's so funny. What the hell?
And a few
Ooh.
turns later, it was over.
Deserved, bro. Deserved.
As I sat there on that end screen, I felt the burden of this run.
What's the end screen look? Rojo with the top damage? You are crazy for that.
Wash away. Painful resets, sitting through ego and
The rest are fairly even. I mean, base Mersault is a little surprising, but I mean, he probably used Pursuance a lot, so I'm not surprised.
animations, having to use Slosh Mill. The painful journey did not matter, because the destination was satisfying to me. And even if I failed right at the end, I think I would have been happy with just how far I'd come. But only if it was literally impossible.
Hold on. I want to see what Zviroja's skill 3 actually is. Like, I don't think I've actually ever read it once in my life. But apparently it was doing, like, numbers. So I'm genuinely curious. 5 plus 2 by 3. At 15 shield, coin power plus 2. How is she getting shield again? Shield per poise count? Okay, so it's a 5 plus 4 by 3. I mean, okay, that's like almost usable, actually. I mean, that makes sense. Alright, you know what? I'll forgive her for skill 3.
I sat there for a moment, mulling over the stats. Then I recorded this. Alright, fuck it. Live audio. What a crazy run. I don't even know if I'll put this in the video, but oh my god. I'm just really glad that I intentionally killed Sloshmail in Sign of Roses.
I'm really glad.
I'm a little surprised that Chef Gregor was
What the hell?
damaged, but also it's not that surprising since he didn't have a super strong nuke attack like Spyrodian or Base Merceau, or like a really strong AoE in Ardent Blossom or Fluid Stack, or even in Blade Lineage Otis' case, having 2 Pathos Mathos and a 3 damage up. So it really does make sense if you think about it. This amount of damage taken is it's pretty impressive. I'll give it to her. It's fair. However, she also did not need to take this much damage. The majority of this damage is from the fact that she had aggro, and I couldn't do anything about it, and I didn't want to reset. So this is deceptive. This looks insanely good, when in reality it is more circumstance. But it is still impressive. I don't mean to entirely take it away.
2,000
Oh my
damage.
God.
She only died at
19
the
of
end when he
absorbed
let her.
I'm actually
I mean,
gonna
that is pretty
calculate
impressive.
how much damage this is. This is like 2,200, 3,000, 3,500, 5,000, 5,700, and then so,
It's like
You're telling me I
8,500-ish.
6,500 damage-ish? Pursuance and Fluid Attack are so insane. And if there's one thing to take away from this, it's that. And voiceover me has probably talked about that over and over again. But I'm just so glad it's over. Oh my god. And also I think the amount of damage Merceau took
This guy is he
a
needs some
pretty
sleep,
good indicator
bro.
of why I don't think he's a particularly good tank. Because lacking aggro does mean that you will take less damage generally, and also, I mean, Faust had to take the least because she was too valuable to let get staggered, and she's also probably the most frail on the team. I don't know. Otis got staggered a lot over the course of this video, or over the course of this challenge. God, I'm so glad it's over. Oh my god. Oh, that was exhausting. 359 turns. What does that average out to?
359.
10 plus turns per battle.
12?
But the funny thing is that, like...
Huh. He could have had a nice number. 360 would have been a banger number if he took 1 extra turn. Tisk tisk. I would never live with myself.
A fourth of
359.
those turns are Steam Machine. What a stupid boss. These are the buffs I took. You could probably optimize these more, but I think Poise Boost is absolutely necessary. 100%.
Yeah.
You need that. Spyrodian alone. makes
Gloom
Poise worth it.
Boost? I'm surprised he took Gloom Boost twice. Did he have that much Gloom on his team? Is it just for Zviroja's skill 3 and stuff? Like, mainly that and, like, some ego, maybe? That seems a little excessive. I mean, sure,
And also
it
the
worked,
others
I
are
guess.
super
I'm just
nice.
surprised to
Interesting
see
learning
it picked
crits is
twice.
nice. 20% damage randomly on like Merceau, Faust, Gregor, and Merceau. It's just nice. Small amount of damage. Gloom, undeniably, is the best Sin Affinity to take, and then Blunt. I have so many Blunt skills. I think that was the correct play. You can make an argument for sinking.
I mean,
if you're
yeah,
using
I
Run
guess.
Tank and or a Coward, and
You're
also,
right.
I guess
You're right.
want to rely on Mariachi Sinclair a little bit, but I don't think so. I don't think sinking is the play here.
I think Mariachi Sinclair
Plus
has
10%
Gloom
and
also.
plus 20% more damage on like the vast majority of my skills is far better than a tiny amount of sinking on some fights, because on like fights like Fey Lantern that does not matter at all, and Fey Lantern is one of the scarier fights, even though I got pretty lucky overall. Oh my god. There's no way I'm keeping all this in, but I don't know, subscribe. if I add this on the end of the video, subscribe and like, because oh my god, this took actual hours. And you can tell, I did not use anyone else in battle. No one else is in this.
Sloshmile also has something Gloom related. She might.
And these war passives are all the worst. This never triggered. Could not trigger because no Fnatic allies on my
Skill
team.
1.
Could not trigger, no Burn
Oh
on my
my
team.
god,
No
skill
nails on my
1.
team. That's it. And oh yeah, this is the only one that could have triggered, but I don't think it actually works with Sloshmill, and also it's lowest speed, and Sloshmill was never lowest speed. So misery. Don't do this.
Uh-huh.
That recording would be a nice note to end the video on, but I did promise I would talk about how my thoughts and perception on these IDs changed, so really quick, I do want to talk about that.
Alright.
The most important one to get out of the way is Sloshmill. Do I still think she is the worst non-base ID? In short, no.
No?
I am biased against Sloshmill, and
That's
I admit
crazy.
as such. I hate her design philosophy, I hate the memes that respond from her. She's not the worst. Despite how inflexible she is, she can be used to tank, and her skill 3 clashes. That
Sure.
is the extent of nice things I can say about this ID.
That
The real
is
question
something.
is, who goes below her? I think one ID definitely is worse than her now, and the other one is debatable, but likely worse. The one I'm confident on is Zwei Sinclair. His support passive is good for solo runs, but in battle, he really is terrible.
Yep.
Maybe I would think differently if I
agree.
actually used him for this run, but
He's
I
horrible.
cannot deny that a 10 rolling skill 2 is really, really, really awful.
Alright, I mean, I'll agree with you on that. I think the other silhouette was Blade Lineage Otis. I don't agree on Blade Lineage Otis just because of passive. Her passive actually is useful. Sometimes. In low turn railway only. Everywhere else she's terrible, but...
The more debatable one is BL Otis, whose main saving grace is Sun Shower and then having a strong evade, as well as a +1 offense level, but honestly that is probably not enough to keep her afloat in your average everyday team, since the 16 evade was only particularly useful in...
No. I mean, if he's talking about Blade Lineage Otis and referring to like fielding her, then yeah, she's horrible. But support passive, one ally with most sanity deals 30% damage to enemies below 25% health. If you read it as like one ally with most sanity, so whoever you choose first in the turn order, basically, the ally of choice first in the turn order deals 30% bonus damage to abnos whose parts are broken. If you read it like that, it sounds ridiculously broken, right? So, you know.
Me, because my
But
options
obviously
were
he's talking about using her. He didn't mention the support passive, and he mentioned like everything else, so obviously he's talking about fielding her. But personally, I'm just saying I don't think she's the worst. I think Zwei Sinclair, if anyone, would be the worst, or Sloshmail, because Sloshmail has like no niche. Like pretty much like almost zero niche. Zwei Sinclair kind of has something going for him in solo runs when he gives 10% damage reduction, I guess.
limited. Chef Gregor proved to me that Paralyze can truly be broken if the rest of your team is slower than the one applying Paralyze. It's just a shame that 3-7 generally does not stack up in a lot of modern teams, and the rest of his skills are still pretty bad. Overall, though, my opinion on him came out more positive than it was when I went in.
Yeah.
Base Merceau was a hilariously good surprise, and though he is definitely not very good still, he has some serious merits at Uptide 4. Though, of course, you still have plenty of better options. But if you want to use a fun ID, I think Base Merceau kind of fits that.
It goes off part health. That's really good. Yeah, it does. It does. It's really solid and specifically low turn railway, and like pretty much nowhere else. There's no other reason you would really ever use her for anything. The reason that she wasn't, there were a couple reasons why she wasn't used last season. The major reason that she wasn't used in Railway 1, like if I'm assuming everyone watched my Railway 1 video like ages ago, like you know, the retrospective, but there are a couple reasons why she wasn't used in Railway 1. The first is because she wasn't really discovered, quote unquote, discovered until later, like her utility. She wasn't really considered. So that's one reason. The second reason is because some of the fights in Railway 1 are human fights. Like, not human battle as in human combat, but human fights as in there's just a bunch of little goons that kind of troll around instead of just in like every single fight being in against one boss. So that kind of hampers its utility as well. And then the third reason is because it requires pride to fuel, and pride was like the hardest resource to come by, and it was ridiculously valuable in season 1. So, you know, those three things kind of added up to make her not super good. But now in this meta, now that we actually have like diversity in IDs and stuff, and you know most of the bosses have no parts, and the parts can be broken. You know, she does have a pretty solid but very specific niche. So yeah, I mean that's probably why people don't really understand. Like people don't really pay attention to her anyway. But you know, there you go.
Mariachi Sinclair is probably the ID I had the most fun using, even if he ultimately did not do much. Evading everything an enemy tries to do is hilariously broken in early cycles, and even in later cycles. He hit decently hard with his skill 2 and 3, which, again, is a crazy thing to say, I know,
yeah,
but it's
really hard.
A little bit of sinking on the
subjective,
sinking
I
boost fights as
suppose.
well was kind of funny to see. And I will still stand by that Base Faust is the worst ID in the game. She just feels awful to use in battle, and her support passive is pretty inconsistent. I cannot imagine using her in normal content. Her only upsides are having debuffs, which the skill 2 gives you +1 clash power, basically, and the skill 3 is 2 attack power down, which is better, but even then, you just have so many better options. Then, Spyrodian.
Yeah, I mean, that's
genuinely
fair.
think this ID could be good if her poise generation was just a little bit better. A 20 health pool is good to have at all times, and she can actively be doing things while maintaining it. In the grand context of the game at large, she is still awful, but again, my brain has been melded and changed by this run.
Yeah, I mean, it could be good.
A huge utility,
That's true. It could be good. If she had poise potency, she would actually be very solid.
A lot of people assumed
If she had poise potency, she actually could be solid. And also the fact that, like, the main reason why she could be solid is because it would help her crit, obviously. And if they ever like up to 5 or something, they buff this fragile to like 2 or 3 on crit, and they give her poise potency. She genuinely could actually be a meta option. The problem is that that's not how it reads. So right now it's just extremely troll, very missed potential. But like, he's right. She does have like the skeleton of an actually really good kit.
I would either come out of this run having learned nothing and a bitterly exhausted man with no more love for Limbus Company. Another camp of people assumed I would learn a lot, and I would come out of this with a different perspective.
Like a monk.
It was much more so the latter.
Oh.
I want these videos to talk about every mechanic in Limbus Company.
There you
I
go.
want to dissect this game, and not just talk about the best and worst IDs and why one is strictly better or worse. I think that conversation needs to be had, and it's one that I have had. But it's not the only one that matters. The conclusion I have come to here is so long as you have Pursuance and Fluid Sac, or even just Fluid Sac, you can beat Refraction Railway 2.
Yep.
The last thing I want to have is for this video to come off as me bragging about my accomplishment.
Infinite health.
This was a test.
When you think about it, you don't need a tank if all of your IDs have infinite health, huh? Every ID becomes a tank if they have infinite health. So it's pretty damn hard to lose then, is it?
To prove to you that you can complete Railway. So long as you take your time and look at it as a whole.
Healing was a
people who want to
mistake.
do Railway, but
Full
lack
team
Fluid Sac
healing
or
was a
strong Faust
mistake.
ID, I have my friend code on screen now. If you watch this far into the video, then consider this my thanks to you. I do not know if my friends list will get full too quickly, but I will humbly ask you to not request unless you actually do need my support IDs.
Nah, his friend list has got to be full. There is no fucking shot. My friend list is already like 2/3 of the way full, and I have like 500 subs. It's like
Type 4, 7
there's
Faust,
just no
and not Type 3
shot.
Fluid Sac. So long as you fuel it well enough and play smart, you can beat Railway. So, my closing thoughts on this challenge and Railway. I never want to see it, or these IDs ever again. As much as this challenge was fun in a sick, masochistic way, it was also truly miserable, and not for the faint of heart. I don't know if I quite got it across in this video, because it was mostly a highlight reel of Cycle 4, but my god, this was 20 plus hours of playing with this team, with several other resets sprinkled in throughout Cycles 1 and 2. I can't express in a short enough time frame how awful that is. But as for this video, it is way too long, and I apologize for that, but truly, thank you for watching, and thank you for 6,000 subscribers. Here's to 1,000 more.
This was on 6K
This video
subs.
ends.
Okay. This was 6K subs 3 months ago. October. Damn, I'm hella late to the party or what? Any other videos I should be watching here? Also, what is this notification? Oh, it's Carson. Anything else I should be aware of that we would like to watch before we swap off of YouTube? Recommendations? I'm not watching stupid ass fucking, what is that stupid bozo's name that does like just like all the stupid Otis videos. I'm not watching those. They're Fryshirts, Otis, and Band-Aid Solutions. Interesting. The Walpurgis one from ESGOO. Where? Is it like... You mean this one, or is there another one? You should watch the tutorial video. 20 minutes long. We'll take a peek, you know. Which one is the Walpurgis video? Oh, the Otis one. Alright. You know what? We'll take a peek.
Project Moon, I think your game...
I don't... Okay. Okay, we'll take a little peek. I'm not about to watch a 20-minute tutorial for the game that I have like 600 hours in.
Games are great and all, but everyone knows they have at least one common flaw, and that is their tutorials are generally pretty bad. Whether that be because they are overwhelming or just bad. Part of this is offense level does is confusion for a lot of new players.
I hope you guys can understand at 1.5 speed. I can, but I mean, I'm just taking a little peruse, you know?
I'll give you my overview in 3 sections, starting with general terminology and skills, then clashing, and lastly,
Might
ego
be way too
resources
dang.
and ego. One very important thing to note is that it would be near impossible to actually cover every little thing about Nemesis combat, and I want this to be an efficient and reasonable starting point to allow new players to actually play the game and not just be terribly confused all the way up to Kanto 3, like I was. So this will be a brief overview of the more simple mechanics, but I'll try to be as in-depth as possible into those mechanics so there's no confusion.
Sin Affinity.
Skills. This indicates what your skill's power is by default or without any coin power added on. Speaking of coins, every skill has at least 1. The number is represented by the coin
skill
icon above the
deck.
skill.
Oh, he goes into skill deck and stuff. Okay.
The skill is over.
I
Hopefully
like
you're
that.
at this point, and if not, I would recommend just going into a battle, knowing this information, and seeing it work in real time. There's still plenty of things to talk about, of course. So you notice how in that Otis example I said it was for skill 1. Well, there are 4 types of skills in Nimbus Company for your sinners.
Yep.
Skill 1, 2,
Skill 2, 3,
and then
ego.
the defensive skill.
No,
Your skill deck is
okay,
laid out
fuck
like
me, I guess. Defensive skill, yeah, okay. Forget I said anything, you know,
you have 3 skill
ego,
1s, 2
don't
skill
worry
2s,
about it.
and 1 skill 3. Defensive skills can be used at any time by pressing on the Sinner portrait. The in-game tutorial actually explains them in an alright way, but in case you missed it, there are 3 types of defensive skills. Guard, evade, and counter. Guard is very basic. It gives you a shield based on the number it rolls. Evade lets you dodge all incoming damage that is equal to or less than the number you rolled on your evade, and counter only occurs once you have taken damage, then it attacks unopposed like a normal skill. There's a lot more that could be said about these skills, like how defensive skills don't trigger the effects of bleed, or how they change your defense levels with a modifier on the skill. That's all way too niche and complex for a basic tutorial.
Clashing.
The total powers
Okay,
are
we know how to clash.
Plus offense level modifier, where X is
He's going into the damn offense level math. You're crazy for
the
this one.
identity's level. Every ID has an offense level modifier, but
Yeah, comparing
Clash.
offense level for clash
meaning
power.
in this case, our skill effectively has a
He doesn't go into damage calculation though, right? Surely not. He's just talking about clashing, right?
of all skills in the chain by 3,
Yeah,
effectively
yeah.
raising their clash power by 1. Alright, last thing on clashing for now. Sanity gain. You gain sanity either by killing higher level enemies or by winning clashes. In harder content, the much easier option of those two is winning clashes. The formula is incredibly simple. Since every skill has at least 1 coin, winning a clash against a single coin skill gives you 10 sanity. That is the base amount of sanity yield a clash can give you, since every clash must clash at least once. For every clash beyond 1, you then gain 20% more sanity. This translates to being 2 more sanity for every clash above 1.
Yep.
Meaning clashing twice and then winning would give you 12 sanity, clashing 3 times would give you 14, and so on.
Egos.
Moon's base ego, Land of Illusion. Starting with Dawn's base all on
What are
screen
we talking
right
about
now.
here?
With 12 ego, all at the Zayan level, with 1 ego per center. These are referred to as the base ego, and you can see them all on screen right now. For further examples, I'll be using Don Quixote's base ego, La Sangre de Sancho, and Hong Lu's base ego, Land of Illusion.
Sure.
Starting with Don's base ego, we can see that it costs
We're talking about like
it
attack
costs
weight.
5 bloom and 1 lust resource to use, meaning it costs 6 resources total. More importantly, this ego has 3 attack weight. Attack weight works as an AoE mechanic, where every enemy's skill slot has a certain amount of weight, and you hit as many targets as your attack weight allows. For a very simple example, you have 3 enemies you are facing, and they all have 1 skill slot with 1 slot weight. If you use Land of Illusion or any 3 attack weight ego, you will hit all 3 targets, since you have just enough attack weight to hit everyone. In a different example, let's say the first enemy has 2 skill slots, both with 1 attack weight, and the other enemies have 1 skill slot each. So the first enemy is the first target in this case, you use 2 attack weight on them, and then your last attack weight is wasted on the second enemy, meaning you only hit 2. There was a lot of nuance to attack weight and plenty of tricks to it, but this is a simple overview of how it functions.
Makes sense. Corrosion and overclocking.
You see, most corrosion ego have this pesky little red text that says indiscriminate, meaning you cannot control where it aims. You use another ego, and they can always
Sin
be seen on
resistances,
this.
ego
They do not require to be
resources.
right next to each other.
Talking about
Own passives
passives.
require the amount of resources to be present in your ego resource bank. There are a number of ego that gain benefits, and that is it. About as brief an overview as one could really give for Limbus Company's combat. There is still plenty I could talk about, like how final power, skill power, base power, and attack power all essentially mean the same thing, despite being used interchangeably for some reason, just to be confusing.
Now, I actually don't understand, like, what the difference is, to be honest. What is the difference between final power and base power? Like, I actually don't really know the difference. Also, skill power, is that even, like, a real term? Skill power? I thought that was just part of, like... No, because... Bro, what is the difference? I actually don't know. Is it part of, like, the damage formula? Like, damage calculation? I have no clue. Base power is base roll and skill, like, on all tails? Yeah, I understand that. Yeah, it's base power, right? But, like, functionally, what's the difference? Like, if I have base power up 1 versus final power up 1, functionally, what is the difference? Like, I know the difference exists, but, like, I mean, like, functionally, wouldn't self-destructive purge just roll for a 31 at the end of it either way? Like, what is the actual difference? I don't really understand. I don't really understand. Like, why do we have the difference? It doesn't really make much sense to me. Like, either way, the end result is that your total power, like, your clash power just goes up by 1. Like, your total roll just increases by 1 at the end. Final power and skill power apply only to clash. That's cap. Final power gets applied to, what's it called? Final power gets applied to damage. Clash power is the only one that doesn't get applied to damage. All of them get applied to damage otherwise.
The same thing, despite being used interchangeably for some reason, just to be confusing, or more importantly, how you can choose which sinners will get an extra skill slot in combat based on the order you choose them in. But honestly, I wanted this to be even shorter than what it is now. So, if you still want to learn more about Limbus, I can recommend some of my other videos that talk about other mechanics. Specifically, What Makes a Tank talks about the tank role in Limbus at large, and my video on Sunshower Heathcliff explains one of the more complicated IDs in the game, and if you're at that point in the game, Uptide 4 tier list is a good way to get an idea of what uptides are valuable. If you want, I may make a follow-up to this video explaining more intermediate or advanced level tricks, and if you still have questions, leave a comment below. I know there are a lot of people who are willing to show off their game knowledge and humble...
Base power and attack power up are the same. I mean, they're all the same to me. Like, I don't understand the difference. They all functionally do the same. They just raise your roll by 1. Like, they raise your number by 1 per. Like, they're functionally the same. Fnatic says it adds final power, gives power only in clashing. I don't know. I just know that final power gets applied to damage. That's all I know. Started Limbus about 3 weeks ago. Godspeed to Doomsday Donut. Final power only improves damage of counters? What is the source on this? Are we sure about this? Now I'm afraid I'm getting gaslit or something. Like, attack power up. All skills gain final power by the effects count for 1 turn. I know attack power up increases your damage. And this gives you final power. So what the fuck? I guess is final power not a real keyword? It's just like a descriptor for like attack power? What? I have no... No, final power up is here. Final power plus 1 max it. Oh, this is from Mirror Dungeon. Final power gets added only when the skill rolls all the coins. The base coin up gets added at the start of the coin. Well, yeah, I know that final power gets added after you're done rolling. Base power gets added before you're done rolling. I understand that. That is literally the difference. But functionally, are they not identical? Functionally, they just both add 1 at the end, right? Also, yeah, Alice, I've had the same thing multiple times. Yeah, your self-destructive purge can roll for like 32. I've had it before as well. So, you know, it's just cap. But it's okay. I'm just making sure, because like functionally, I'm convinced that they do the exact same thing. Like I actually do not know if there is a difference functionally. You know, you can like talk about the semantics all you want, but like at the end of the day, they just add the number 1 per count, and that's it. That's all I can tell. Same thing with power up. Like, what the fuck is the difference between power up and attack power up? By the way. Power up. Skills gain final power by the effects count for 1 turn. Attack power-ups. Attack skills only. Okay, so this also applies to defense skills, I guess? So that makes sense, actually, I guess. I mean, I just don't use defense skills, so I just would never have noticed. Okay, I mean, okay, this makes sense because I guess it applies to defense skills, and defense skills have their own defense power up. So this just is both. This is just defense and attack power up. It's just you're never using defense skill. Okay, sure, fine. I guess. If you had a 3 coin, functionally it's the same, but if we ever get coin effects that adds coin power by base power, then there will be a difference. Yeah, okay. I mean, that makes sense. I wonder if they're thinking that far ahead or not. I mean, we'll see. If you had a 3 coin skill with a base of 4 and a coin power of 3, a damage roll with 1 base power up would look like 8 plus 11 plus 14, while 1 final power up would look like 7 plus 10 plus 14. No, it would it calculates at the end, I think, for final power. So final power, okay, base power up, you're correct. It would be like 8 plus well, it would be like the base is like 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 3. And then final power up would be like 7 plus 10 plus 14 plus 1. Right? That's what it would be. I know the final power kind of gets added at the end of everything, like when it's like all done. So it'd be like 7 plus 10 plus 14 plus 1. But you don't see it get rolled. It just gets like added on top. Because it's not a coin. It just gets like plopped on at the end. I always expect the final power only working for clashes to make it distinct from base power. Yeah, but then, okay, hypothetically, if it worked like that, what would be the difference between, let's turn some music on, by the way. If it hypothetically worked like that, what would be the difference between final power and coin power then? Coin power up. Or like clash power, I mean. Clash power up. Or whatever. Where the fuck is it, by the way? It's like bonus clash power. I don't know. I don't think it's an actual status effect. But like IDs have clash power, like gain clash power or whatever, right? Like didn't oh, they don't have the new Hong Lu in here yet, do they? Nah. But like what's a skill that gains clash power, like off the top of my head, like Pequod Heathcliff, right? 3 Envy Resonance, clash power plus 1, right? Like what would make it the what would make it the difference? What would be the difference hypothetically if final power only worked for clashes, then what's the point of clash power, right? Like, hypothetically speaking, I'm just simply proposing a scenario. Otis, yeah, like 7 Otis reduces the enemy clash power by 2 or whatever, all of her skills. See? Nothing because they get used interchangeably. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. There would be functionally no difference, right? So there's functionally no difference between attack power up and final power up, like base power and final power up, right? Like they're both functionally the same. Anyways, that's enough of this. Get me the hell out of here.
Myself included, assumed that this would.
Let's take a look at Der Freischütz, Otis, and Band-Aid Solutions for a little bit, and then we'll move on.
Let's talk about Tremor. I know that's probably not how you expected this video to start, but hear me out. Let's go all the way back to the middle of October in 2023. Tremor was still very widely considered a joke of a status. PM spent an entire season attempting to give support to it. They even tried to make it good by making it exactly like a better archetype.
Wait, Sunshower Heathcliff burst Tremor? Seriously? I actually did not know. I actually I have lived my entire life not knowing he burst Tremor. Coin 4 of Puddle Stomp. Burst Tremor, apparently. Dude, I would never have known. I literally would never have known.
Yet, Tremor itself just wasn't good still. And that's for a lot of reasons I want to reserve for a dedicated Tremor video in the near-ish future. But all you really need to know right now is that Muller Otis was the only Tremor unit who truly did something with Tremor that no other ID did.
Yeah,
making it
turn it
somewhat
into
effective
damage.
as a source of extra sloth damage on Tremor Burst.
Just turn it into
massive
damage.
emphasis on the somewhat effective. Most people around that time, myself included, assumed that this would be the peak Tremor unit and that she would be the best thing Tremor got for a long, long time. Then, Walpurgisnacht was announced. The first time IDs would ever be exclusive, since they could not be sharded until the next Walpurgisnacht came around. And with that Walpurgisnacht came Regret Faust. A Tremor ID. I mean, just look at all the Tremor on that ID. It is staggering. More importantly though, her passive, which is a whopping 3 lines long, I know, you'll live, has this specific line. When this unit is alive, enemies affected by Tremor Burst gain 2 defense level down 3 times per enemy per turn. Now, this is the only passive in the game that can affect other IDs' skills, by making their Tremor Bursts inflict defense level downs, which, in case you don't know, are basically mini-fragiles. Stacking up to 6 of them by doing 3 Tremor Bursts,
baby.
These become basically equivalent to about 2 Fragile, or 20%
Get it?
more.
He said it's staggering? Oh, I got it. Don't worry. He even had a little, comment, like, text pop-up for about a third of a second or something.
Damage, which is, and what...
I'll go back to playing Monster Hunter. That's a pretty good joke.
Was a significant boost to viability for Tremor teams on the whole, since they had simple access to extra damage that other teams were generally lacking. And that was just for doing what they would normally be doing, bursting Tremor. Now, did this fix Tremor on the whole? Not quite, but it is fair to say that Regret Faust is one of, if not the most key members of a Tremor team due to this, and she made Tremor a lot better simply by virtue of her passive and her existence.
Yep.
But that's not what this video is about. I'm talking about Der Freischütz Otis,
so...
which is a different ID entirely, except that they fulfill the same role, being a band-aid solution for their status. And Otis is definitely the bigger example of this, which is why this video is mostly about her, but instead of Tremor, she fixes Burn. But first, in case you clicked on this video without knowing what a band-aid solution is, it's usually defined as a temporary or superficial fix. And while the temporary part of that doesn't necessarily apply here, I can't deny that Der Freischütz Otis...
Because Burn is still fundamentally flawed. Like, there's a lot of statuses in this game that are fundamentally flawed. I've talked about I think I've talked about each of them at some point when people ask. What's it called? Like, I'm pretty sure I've talked about almost every status effect at some point, and like pretty much almost all of them are like flawed in some way fundamentally. Like just by design.
Is a superficial solution to Burn's problems,
yeah.
At least superficial in the context of Limbus. But I'm getting ahead of myself. What is it about Otis that fixes Burn even on a surface or superficial level?
Just makes it trigger
most
multiple
of you
times.
Probably already.
Doesn't attack power raise base power? I have no idea, bro. I mean, I just know that it increments the number by 1 at the end at some point in the calculation. Like, yeah, I don't know when it adds the power. I just know that at the end of the roll, my number has a +1 on it. I don't know if it rolls it as part of the base power or if it rolls it at the end of all the coins rolling or anything. All I know is that at the end of it, my number is 1 greater than it usually is.
know, Dark Flame. Her unique status effect, plus the fact that she has some of the highest rolling skills in the game by far, and burn IDs are generally lacking in clashing, but that's not what I want to focus on in this video. Dark Flame deals burn potency times Dark Flame count as pride damage to the enemy. She applies this on all of her skills to varying degrees, except a skill 2 when she's at or above 4 bullets. More on that later. And this ID alone basically solves all of Burn's main problems. The first being, well, the lack of IDs, since Otis's mere existence means Burn is feeling better as a status. Then the
I think attack power up raises coin power for every coin, not just the last one. That's incorrect because that's what coin power up does. that's what coin power does. Or if you want to get really particular about it, there's like plus coin boost or whatever. What's it called? Plus coin boost. Raises the power plus coins by the effects count. And then there's also plus coin drop, which doesn't really do much, but that's what coin power is. I don't think coin power is an actual effect. Like, you can't give yourself coin power, right? No. It's, what's it called? The stupid ass, what's it called? Coin power increases rolls of the heads coin, not the base number. Oh, you mean attack power up increases the number, increments the number every time a coin is on. So you're saying, like, if Dawn had rip space, like, if you had Dawn with rip space, right? You're saying that if Dawn has rip space, that skill has 5 coins. If you roll all tails on rip space, but you had attack power up, you'd still get 5 attack power, like, up? Is that what you're saying? Because that's, like, not at all what happens. That is just not what happens. Hypothetically speaking, what you're proposing, because it rolls base 1, for those who don't remember. Her rip space rolls base 1. It has 5 coins. Let's say hypothetically she had 1 attack power up. You're saying if she rolled all tails on all 5 of the coins, she would have a final power of 6? No. Instead of doing 3 5 times, she would do 2 5 times. What do you mean by this? Like, that's not how it works. That's not at all how it works. Just check Reindeer Ishmael skill 1 with passive active. I mean, that's also true. Hers rolls for 15 with her passive active, right? Where is Reindeer Ishmael? I know for a fact it rolls 15 with her passive active, because it's 1, right? Okay, Gloom Resonance over 3, which rounds to 1, usually. Usually it's 1 power up. And it rolls for base of 14. So I see this roll for 15, like, all the time.
The bigger one. Burn's damage being capped at 99 per turn, per enemy, per part. And she solves it in a big way. Burn was always pretty good at building up potency quickly, with Capote, and Claire's skill 2, Ardor Blossom Star, and just regular attacks.
That's me! Soup! That's me!
Dark Flame capitalizes on this upside big time, with her skill 1 basically being a free doubling of Burn's damage on its own, which is really nice, making the 99 damage per turn go up to a much better 198. The skill 2 is a little bit weirder. Recently, the wording for this was clarified and states that Dark Flame will only be applied when at less than 4 magic bullets, or basically whenever you gain a magic bullet, meaning that you can only really get a maximum of 3 Dark Flame on the first skill 2 used, and then 4 on the next one used.
Yeah, this is kind of, like, slightly annoying that it only, what's it called? It's slightly annoying that it only increments Dark Flame when you have less bullets. That kind of didn't really make sense to me. But if it didn't do that, it would be super broken, so I understand why it does that. Because if you had, like, 7 magic bullet or something, and you inflicted Dark Flame, 7 Dark Flame, it would probably insta-kill, like, everything. So, I don't know, but
3 Dark Flame still leads to 396 damage applying on turn end, accounting for the initial burn tick as well. Then 4 Dark Flame is 495 damage. Then her skill 3 is a straight application of Dark Flame equal to the amount of bullets, which can go up to 7. This can vary, but if you get that 7 Dark Flame application, which...
That's what happens with Enclair and Impending Day. If you fail to kill with Impending Day, doesn't Self-Destructive Purge do 33 3 times next turn? Doesn't Impending Day give more than 1? I mean, I only ever see a corrode when I use Enclair anyway, usually. But, like, this is where your 33 comes from. If that, I guarantee that if you're seeing 33, this is why. 100%.
Definitely requires some ample usage of the defense skill to gain more bullets, then you are handsomely rewarded with 792 damage. It is worth noting, only 99 of that damage is true damage, as in damage that has no sin affinity, and will therefore always deal the advertised amount, since Dark Flame very specifically deals pride damage. But 690...
This is not the description from the game. You're really gonna make me boot up the game for this? Alright, here we go. Oi, oi, oi. In game, it says attack power up. I swear to God. I mean, I believe you. I'm just saying that's not how it works, if it says that. It does say attack power up. I'll give you that. Hold on. It says attack power up in game. So, I'll give you that. I'm just saying, what's it called? There's, like, the reason that people, like, okay. The description on the site also says attack power up. Bro, am I, like, I'm getting, like, oh, yeah, they just labeled it wrong. They just, yeah, you're right, they just labeled it wrong. It says attack power up, but they accidentally only highlighted the keyword power up. But it's literally functionally the same. Description of attack power up on Kusage is just wrong. It gives base power, not final power. I don't think there is no difference. Attack power up gives final power up. Yeah, I see that. So what's the problem? I don't understand. I don't understand. Attack power up versus power up, they both give final power up. Or you're saying attack power versus base power up. Final power and base power are functionally... We have established that final power and base power are functionally the same. It does not apply to every coin. That's just wrong. See, that's what I'm saying. It does not apply to every coin. You're just getting gaslit by the corrosion because that gives you 3. It does not apply to every coin. If you show me a video of it, then I could be convinced. But it does not.
Pride damage could potentially double on Pride fatal enemies, meaning this is an absolutely massive leap in damage output for burn teams. Add on the fact that this is AoE, and you could apply 7 Dark Flame to multiple enemies or Abno parts. Or your allies, but I mean, God forbid women do anything. Either way, it's hardly a stretch to say that Durfragshoots Otis is the most essential member for a burn team by about a metric fuckton.
Yeah.
And therein lies the problem. We have seen individual IDs and ego that can make archetypes work before. Rhyme Shank with Sinking, and to a lesser extent, Mulder Ishmael, Talisman Sinclair or W.E. Sang with Rupture, Pre-Upside 4, Don Pelipol would count for this as well.
Yeah, yeah.
But there's a key difference with those and Durfragshoots Otis or Regret Faust, hell, even Regret Rousseau. All 3 of these are locked behind Walpurgisnacht. Now, look, I understand why this is a thing.
Is this like really that? Is this that much of a problem? I was not expecting him to say that it's locked behind Walpurgisnacht.
There's a key difference with those and Durfragshoots Otis or Regret Faust, hell, even Regret Rousseau. All 3 of these are locked behind Walpurgisnacht.
This is not where I was expecting this to go. I thought he was going to say something like it doesn't actually address the issue with the status effect itself. That's like the main problem, is that without, like, even though these IDs are really good, like they don't actually fix the status effect itself. They just turn the status effect into basically something else, which I'm not complaining about, but that is like a fundamental flaw with the status effects. I was not expecting you to say that it's locked behind Walpurgis not. I didn't think that that was like a big issue.
Now, look, I understand why this is a thing. It's not an uncommon business practice, it incentivizes spending, and I get it. Money is great and all, and necessary to continue running Limbus. But I really do think that Der Freischütz Otis makes me the most upset out of these three very notable Walpurgisnacht releases. Regretfaust is great. Her AoE on regular skills is honestly the biggest thing you miss out on, but while it is true that Tremor teams are made far better by her presence, it's not to the same extent as Otis with Burn, and we have plenty of Tremor IDs without her. Remember, the season she was released had a bunch of Tremor IDs.
Sure.
Not so with Otis. Regret Merceau's existence throws off the balance of Merceau as a sinner due to this passive, and having that be locked behind Walpurgisnacht is annoying, but this is an ego, and is not going to be used.
Simply pull the units, come on now. I mean, like, the thing is, you don't even... If you know that Walpurgisnacht exists as an event, and you are aware that... Walpurgisnacht is pull only, and the game is so generous that you can literally dispense everything else in the game, then why do you not save all of your tickets and your lunacy for Walpurgisnacht? That's my question. If you do that, you should have no problem pulling all the... And if you somehow get ludicrously unlucky and can't, you can use the gacha pity... What is it? Isong or whatever? You can use, like, Ideality and dispense them from the gacha. So it's like, you know, as long as you manage your resources well enough as a person, and you can somehow, you know, prevent yourself from using your lunacy on, like, the Sank, like, Sinclair banner or something, like, you can just chill with your lunacy, you can chill with your gacha tickets, and you should have plenty, because it comes around, like, every 4 months or something. If you just do your, like, mirror dungeon and whatever, you get lunacy for, like, maintenance compensation. If there's game-breaking bugs, which there often are, like, pretty much once a month, they give out, like, 1,300 for, like, some random-ass, like, big game-breaking bug, right? So, you know, I like, it's not that much of a problem, in my opinion. I mean, maybe I get eviscerated for this opinion, but it's really not that big of a problem. In my eyes, I don't really see, like, you know, I think it's pretty fair, you know, and for those who like gambling, they can pay, you know, to gamble on every banner, sure, but you don't have to pay necessarily in order to get them just because they're gacha only. That doesn't mean that you have to pay. It just means that you have to play smarter. Like, you have to play a little bit smarter, which is not really that much of a problem unless you have a genuine, like, mental condition or something.
Everywhere due to the stipulations that come with that. But Otis hurts. The main reason why I already talked about, and that is how bad Burn is without her. And also, this is the first Burn ID in literal months, and she will be locked back in the vault periodically every few months, starting shortly after this video releases. This is really the main reason why I think it's fair to say that these two IDs in particular really are superficial or band-aid fixes, due to the nature of Walpurgisnacht making them innately more scarce than the other IDs. What doesn't help is the fact that Dark Flame, while an insanely strong status for Burn, will likely be completely unique to Der Freischütz Otis, meaning that, while in an overall sense, Burn's problems are solved by her, if you don't have her, which is very likely to be the case for a lot of players, especially new players, Burn still doesn't really...
Yeah, okay. New players? For new players, I understand, because it's like, you know, but that's just kind of a thing with gacha games in general, where it's like, if you start late, yeah, you just, like, you missed a limited event, like, okay. If you're, unless you're playing a gacha game from launch, yeah, you're gonna miss a limited event that's like, you would have missed at least one, right? So, it's like, sure, I guess you can make the argument for new players, but that's not a problem with, like, this game. That's just a problem with gacha games in general. You know, because I've played a fair few gacha games, and that's, like, just part of the experience, is, like, knowing that you missed an event and then you just have to wait for a rerun. At least in Limbus, you can guarantee that there will be a rerun. I'll give you that. There's, like, some people, like, you know, in Battle Cats, the Fate collab event was rerun, like, last year or something, like a year or two ago, for the first time in, like, fucking like 7 years or something, and we were like we were convinced it wasn't ever coming back. So it's just part of playing a gacha game. Like, new players just always take L's. It's just how this genre of game works. Like, if you're a new player and you haven't been playing since launch, you're just gonna take an L. If you just kind of gotta accept as a new player that you're not gonna have everything. You won't have the same amount of luxuries that a launch player will have. That's just how it is. Like, if you're a new player and you want to run a burn team, tough luck. You should probably try and like fill the story first. Like, before you start saying like, oh, I want to run a full Corp team, how about you just find out, like, just get like a team at all first, and then once you start getting resources, you can start to really play around creatively once you start unlocking things, right, as you play the game. But as a new player, I really don't recommend going like, if you're a new player, you could probably start with a burn team. There is no burn team to a new player, bro. There's just like a collection of IDs that can clear things, So I don't know if that's like generally the most valid argument. Again, I'm not arguing with him. I don't think that it's an invalid argument, but I'm just giving my 2 cents. Personally, I'm just giving my 2 cents on what I think.
Exist. Now, this is not an unsolvable situation, nor is this video meant to be a doom post of any sort, since I think the solution is really, really simple. Just release more burn IDs. This means that burn...
Yeah, okay, I'll agree with you on this one. Just give me more burn IDs, like, like, give me Zhao or something, bro. Like, I mean, clearly this is not the season for burn. I'm assuming next season is going to be burn. So, like, well, like, burn and fucking... What even other, like, status effects are there that we're missing, like, proper support for? I think burn might be one of the only ones that I can think of. I'm not gonna look through, like, all of the status effects, because there's, like, this lists, like, every single one, bro. Like, fucking maggots and stuff, like, larva. Yeah, okay, like, I don't know larva, alright? But, like, I'm pretty sure burn is one of the only status effects that still lacks, like, real support. Bleed kind of is getting support in this season. Like, bleed is not the focus of this season. Obviously, this season is, like, mostly poise. But bleed is getting some support this season because the middle IDs support bleed. What's it called? Where is he? Pequod Heathcliff has bleed. And Twin Hook Gregor also synergizes with bleed. He inflicts a fair amount of bleed, and also his passive rewards you for hitting bleeding enemies, right? So this season is mostly about poison bleed. Right? You just might not notice it because bleed is just kind of a trash status effect, but they are moving on bleed a little bit. We don't have like proper bleed ego or anything, but it kind of exists. Maybe bind. I don't know how you would like see, like, how would you release like make a season around bind? Like maybe self bind or something? Like I don't know. Or paralyze? Like I have no idea.
Stuck with its 5 IDs plus 1 while Percussion Act exclusive, and it opens the door for more potentially strong burn support, and maybe that support will be strong in a completely different way than how Dark Flame is. Now, who knows? Maybe after this video, it'll be nothing but burn IDs for the rest of the season, and I will look stupid. The Diechi banner is a bad sign, but maybe that whole To Claim Their Bones event will be changed to, like, To Claim Their Firewood, or something.
To claim their firewood, bro.
But if we have another 6-month-long wait to go through in order to get another burn ID, I will be extremely disappointed in the way Project Moon has handled burn. Now, is this me basically immediately complaining?
I mean, it's just unlucky. Like, how would you feel if this season was like the burn and bleed season and we didn't get a poise ID? Like, it's the same thing. It's just unlucky that burn is the one that they chose to not be supported by last season or this season. Like, it's just unlucky. I don't know. Like, what do you want to do about it, huh? Like, I guarantee there would not be that many people lamenting the fact that we don't have that much burn support if they hadn't released, their Freischütz Otis in the first place. Because that calls more attention to the fact that we don't have more burn support. If they just kind of didn't release any burn IDs at all until next season, then I feel like less people would be disappointed.
So much and then proceeding to get it? Yeah. But I really think making the first support for an archetype in 6 months in exclusive ID could easily end up being the wrong move if we do not see any burn support in the near future. The other issue with releasing IDs like this is something that also applied to Poise. For a long time with Poise, and I mean a long time, the sentiment has been that it needs to be buffed. Fundamentally, since the damage increase by default is very low. A flat plus 20% damage modifier just doesn't feel very good and isn't very befitting of a critical hit.
We can agree.
But now we have IDs like Pirate Gregor, who explodes people into a fine red vapor. And First Mate Yusang, whose damage would spiral into even more insane levels if the base damage of Poise crits was increased. Now with Burn, uncapping it would make it very good on its own, but it would also make it way too strong in combination with Durf Reichut's Otis. But without her, it still just sucks. Both of these statuses could have very reasonably been fundamentally buffed before the IDs that were added to fix the status existed.
Yeah, see, they're fundamentally flawed. That's what I'm saying. Like, that's the main point that I expected him to make. Not the fact that it's limited behind Walpurgis not, but the fact that the statuses themselves are fundamentally flawed. Is like the main thing that I was thinking to focus on.
But now, the fact that these IDs do exist make those fundamental changes even less likely to happen than, frankly, they already were.
Yes, that is true.
So, to me, it's clear that PM has put their foot down, and it's not shocking. I think Dark Flame is a clear statement that no statuses will be receiving direct changes, and instead, all adjustments will come as a result of new IDs releasing and changing the status's viability in the game on a holistic level, rather than individually buffing the status.
Yes.
Again, this is undeniably the smartest business move, but it does kind of suck to see nonetheless, and even if it is smart business, it's not immune to criticism.
It was PM admitting they never buff status effects. They wouldn't. Buffing status effects directly is kind of tricky, because you'd have to retroactively call into question the balance of every single ID that interacts with that status effect, which would mean, you know, a hell of a lot of work. It's a hell of a lot of work, and I don't think they would ever do that. So, you know, this is the alternative. It makes sense, but it's a little disappointing, because that means the status effects will just remain fundamentally flawed, and the only thing fixing them will just be IDs that turn the status effects into something that they weren't originally designed for in the first place. Like, you know, Tremor. You know, the fix for Tremor is just self-tremor to turn it into pseudo-charge, or things like Molar Otis and Regret Faust, where it just turns it into damage instead, right? Like, you know, fuck the status or the stagger bar, you know, manipulation or anything. Just fuck it. Like, the best things to do with Tremor is just turn it into damage. Like,
criticize it, I will. Knowing that the requirements for team building something like Burn already requires a Walpurgis locked ID, and I really do mean requires, unlike Regret Faust with Tremor, is pretty unfortunate. Sure, to players who have everything, Burn is feeling good enough now. But to the little guy who just started Limbus, who wants to run a Bleed, Rupture, Tremor, or Burn team, which is completely valid, Walpurgis really does hold a lot of key IDs behind it.
I mean, I guess that's fair, but, like, I don't think like, again, if you're trying to play the game efficiently, like, you know me, the first thing that I the first thing that I care about is efficiency, especially in gacha games, because gacha games are kind of a ruthless, lawless land. They're kind of a lawless land when it comes to throwing new players into the ringer. Like, once you start any gacha game, like, it's pretty much just gonna throw you to the wolves. You know, like, especially, again, if you're not a launch player. So, if you're trying to play a gacha game efficiently, which is, again, my specialty, you know, I imagine Drooling Timmy, who just downloaded the game, would not, like, they would not be thinking, like, I want to build a Bleed team. I want to build a Tremor team. Their ass does not know what the hell Bleed and Tremor and whatever is, right? And realistically, if Drooling Timmy was to ask someone else for advice on what team they should build, the person should say that they should try to get a well-rounded team to start with before specializing in any specific status effect, right? Because if you're a new player, you should try to get a variety of IDs that can clear as much content easily as possible. I would not focus specifically on, like, you know, oh, I need to get Regret Faust for my Tremor team. That's like my main priority as a new player. I do not agree with that sentiment. It's not an invalid thing. I'm not saying that they're playing the game wrong for doing that. You know, you can play the game however you want, but I'm just saying that, like, in terms of efficiency and game ease of gameplay, that's not like the quote unquote correct optimal way to approach gacha games in general, is to, you know, want to specialize so much so quickly. Right? You want to be able to clear as much content as possible, with as little investment as possible as a new player, so that you can invest most of your resources into something that you really care about once you have a good base to work off of, right?
Meaning team building is somewhat stifled and will likely continue to be stifled. If the trend of Walpurgis IDs are cores of status team composition continues, Limbus becomes a waiting game for a lot of people who want to run those teams, even more than it already can be, which I wouldn't like very much, even if it would not affect me.
Oh my
Though honestly,
God,
the 3 stars are the
Jesus.
biggest issue. The 2 stars are generally easy to get for almost anybody. However, there is a silver lining here, and that's the fact that Limbus has a support system, meaning that literally anyone can have access to
that's
literally
also
any
big.
ID at literally any level, with literally any ego, at literally any time.
Yeah, any
Literally.
time.
And for those who may want access to some of these
Pretty
IDs, my
game-breaking.
friend code is on screen now. I'll put all the Walpurgis IDs
Oh my God, he's a whale. He got the freaking banner too.
that I have into it. But the friend request will only work if you're subscribed to my YouTube channel. I mean, you may as well help me try to get to 15,000 subscribers before the Limbus anniversary if you're going to borrow my IDs. Just don't ask how I know if you're subscribed or not based on the friend request. Just know that I'll know. Something. However, as nice as this system is, it does not eliminate my criticism of this kind of solution to the bad statuses in Limbus. I don't want people getting the wrong idea. I like Durfry shoots Otis. She is the support burn needed, as I've said. But also, as I've said, the exact issue is that Durotis, and Durotis alone, is the only ID that can save burn currently. And she'll be leaving the reach of the general public very, very soon. I know I sound like a broken record, but I don't want the point of this video to be misconstrued at all. So, the ball is in Project Moon's court, and personally, I'm hopeful that they can pleasantly surprise me in a myriad of ways, whether that be buffing something innately, which I would love, or making the next Walpurgis ID not be nearly as hard required for making a team function as Durotis does, and instead give us another ID that makes another archetype do great, but isn't locked behind 3 months of waiting. And hey, if they continue to go down the same route as what they did with Durotis, I just hope they make another ID that's as damn fun as she is.
Sure. I mean, I don't know. I have mixed feelings about this video. I'm not gonna 100% disagree with him, because especially the things he said about the other issue is the fact that the status effects themselves are just never gonna be changed. So, you know, they're just gonna kind of remain fundamentally flawed. That is a big point. I feel like he exaggerated, I guess, the 3-month waiting period of waiting for their Freischütz to return in next Walpurgis. I don't think that's that big of a deal, especially when in this game you're guaranteed that in 3 to 4 months she'll show up again, and you can get her for free guaranteed by just dispensing. You know, because in other games you wait years and have no idea when the event is going to be rerun ever, if at all, right? And you can be waiting like 6, 7, 8 years before an event is rerun, if it ever gets rerun, right? So, like, you know, I'm not saying like, oh, other games have it worse, so you guys are privileged. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that it's very fortunate. it is very fortunate that that this game is so generous, and I don't think it's as big of a deal as it would be if it was another game. Right? That's kind of the feeling that I get. Like, I'm not saying that you guys are so sheltered because Project Moon, you know, it's like a baby gacha game. You should have to wait 7 years for collabs like the rest of us. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that it's very, very, you know, it's very, very fortunate that we are able to, you know, experience these types of units in such a short amount of time compared to the other games, that I don't think that it's as big of a deal, right, as he makes it out to be, where you'd have to wait. You know, as a new player, you're probably not going to be able to build a full burn team, fully invested up Type 4 and whatever. You're not going to be able to build a full burn team in 3 months anyway. If you start the game right now, right as she goes, right as Walpurgis not ended, right? You start the game right now. In 3 months, your burn team would probably be about ready for her to be in it in the first place, and she would have come back. So I don't think it's that big of a deal. Like, if a new player just beeline straight for a burn team starting today, they would have resources waiting for her by the time Walpurgis not, comes back, and they would probably have finished the entire story. They probably could max invest up to 4 like burn IDs and egos if they really wanted to that much, right? So, and then by the time they're done with all that, 3 months will have passed, and she's there at the perfect time for them to cap off their team, pretty much, right? And in the meantime, they can do like, they can do other gameplay as well with other teams, but like, just hypothetically. Anyways, I'm not what's it called? I'm not gonna read comments because usually YouTube comments on opinionated videos, especially, are kind of vapid if you don't ask me, but whatever. What other gachas have you played? I played quite a few. The ones that I still play, few and far between, mostly Limbus and Battle Cats, but I played like most of the big ones. I played like Star Rail, Genshin, like those are the ones that everyone knows. I tried Fate, but I didn't really enjoy Fate that much. The gameplay wasn't for me. I played Nikke for a while also, like a couple months. Nikke is actually, I like the gameplay in that game actually, but the progression is so like slow that it's borderline predatory, so I stopped playing it. But the reason I like Nikke is because it reminds me of like, when you go into like an arcade, like the Chuck E. Cheese when you're like a kid, and there's like what's it called? There was like that Konami like House of the Dead or whatever, like rail shooter game is what it's called, where you go into a booth and there's like the 2 guns and you can like shoot with the guns and stuff. Oh my god, those were like my favorite when I was a kid. And rail shooters type games are kind of like fallen out of favor in the modern day, mostly because arcades are kind of going out of style, and also because it's kind of archaic in terms of a type of game genre. But Nikke was like, it scratched that itch for me of being like an old school style like rail shooter. So I actually did enjoy that game. I played it for a few months, but the progression is so slow that it's like you can kind of feel that they want you to buy, right? So at that point, like after a couple months, I was like, okay, I'm not really going to stay invested in this game long term, so I'm gonna stop playing. And then what else? Azur Lane I played for a couple years also. That's like, I mean, it's technically a gacha game, but like it hardly even counts as a gacha game because you can basically get whatever you want. It's similar to Limbus. The exception is that in Azur Lane, there's not really a good way to get event stuff unless the event gets rerun. There are some systems. I think there's like the wishing. I haven't played it in many years. I think I haven't played it in like 4 or 5 years or something. But there was like, some sort of like wishing well event or something. I don't know. But like that game is very, very generous as far as gacha games go. It's not as generous as Limbus is, but it's very generous. So I played that game for a bunch of years as well. Yeah, I mean, I could keep going, but you've probably heard enough. Anyways, what he said was right. We need to wait 3 weeks to get actual support for status effects. Kondo 5 did add a boss that regains stagger threshold after recovers, but it's an outlier. Yeah, I mean, beginning players should shoot for clash wins over everything. Then once the team is settled, it should go for fun. Yeah, exactly, right? That's what I'm saying. And then just like, discourse on Tremor, whatever, it is what it is. My only gachas are Limbus, Genshin, and Clash Royale. I mean, if we're counting Clash Royale as a gacha game, then yeah, I played Clash Royale. I have played Clash Royale. That is true. I think more units that have secondary effects relating to Tremor would effectively fix Tremor, because I don't think they actually change. Yeah, exactly. That's what we were saying. They will never actually change Tremor itself, but they will make Tremor do different things, right? Like, self-Tremor is kind of like charge, right? Or Molar Otis turns Tremor into damage, or Faust, Regret Faust turns Tremor into you know, defense level down, right? And that's more damage and also a negative status effect for whatever, you know, in the future if we have things that interact with negative status effects, and you know, that can be there too, right? But they're never actually going to change what Tremor does, right? Once events get rerun 3 times, all ships, including URs, get added to the game perma pool, so you can always have a chance to get them. Yeah, that's true. The only thing is, like, the general pool in Azur Lane, because the game is so old, the general pool is, like, ridiculously oversaturated to the point that there's, like, almost no shot that you're gonna grab what you want. That's, like, my only... That's like, the only gripe I have with it. But it's not, like, a huge deal, because a lot of the game, again, is very player-friendly. So, like, a lot of... like, a fair amount of ships are actually good. Like, serviceable enough if you invest in them. Like, you know, as long as they're not, like, super troll or anything. Like, you know, a fair amount of ships are actually serviceable enough. So you can get through with whatever you pull. But, like, if you're trying to pull, like, for example, you're specifically trying to pull for a single ship, I don't know, like Minneapolis or something, you're trying to pull specifically from Minneapolis, like, good luck. You know what I mean? Getting event ship from the banner 7 times in a row instead of actual banner ships is what made me quit. Anyways, I think we're chilling. Limbus's general pool is already getting big, but being able to spark alleviates that. Yeah, for sure. No, being able to get whatever you want is a huge privilege in this game. Enormous privilege. That and the fact that they do roadmaps, so we know when things are coming back. They do announcements on events very frequently, like every week or 2 weeks we get like an announcement on what's coming up, which is like really nice. We do get wishing wells every anniversary at least, but yeah, you do need... Yeah, exactly, right? Like, anniversary is once a year, compared to Walpurgis is once every 3-4 months, right? So, that's kind of what I mean. Anyways, let's move on here. I'm gonna open BlueStacks, and we'll just, like, chill and play some Battle Cats. While we chat, of course. But yeah, like, you understand what I mean by now, I'm sure. Let's go turn off window capture, turn on game capture. Oh, come on. Track my BlueStack. Oh my god, please. Properties. Window. BlueStacks app player. We okay? Is there a way to put your mobile Battlecast progress on BlueStacks? Of course there is. I'll show you once it registers that BlueStacks is alive. Hold on. Sometimes it bugs, like, I don't understand. I think I have to swap game capture to something else. Hold on, I'll just open Limbus. Like, I know why, I don't know why this bugs specifically, but it's so annoying. Here, let's open Limbus. Properties, Limbus company. It needs to, like, OBS for some reason is buggy with BlueStacks. I have to track Limbus first. And then it's like, oh, I'm tracking a game. And then you swap back to BlueStacks, and then it should, like, work. I don't understand, but we'll see. We'll see when I open it. But, give me a second here. I also have to do this. I picked up a sensor for you, so that, you don't steal my account. Because the inquiry code is in the top left, so I don't want you to steal my account. Oh yeah, look, we're good. And then I'll turn off the music, of course, so that we can chill. I mean, we'll probably end up putting on more music in, you know, in the near future, but for now, we're okay. Is there a way to put, yeah, I'll show you how to put, your progress on phone, or on, what's it called? On BlueStacks. We'll, hold on. I can go back to here. Yeah, okay. Here, I'll go into the English version for this demonstration. But you basically have your main menu, right? You have your main menu. You go to settings. You go for data transfer, and then you go begin data this is on your phone, okay? This is on your phone. You're on your phone. This is the account that you want to transfer, right? This is the account that you want to transfer. You go to data transfer. You go begin data transfer, and then save data to server. When you save data to server, it will give you these two codes, right? This is a burner account. If you want to steal my account, go ahead. You'll lose your account, and you'll get this shitter account. But this is a burner account. It'll give you these two codes. What happens is, while these two codes are up, you want to go onto your BlueStacks, right? You want to go into your BlueStacks. You go on the same place, settings, data transfer, resume data transfer, and you put those two codes in here, right? You put those two codes in here, click resume transfer. It will suck the account from your phone onto your BlueStacks. And then, like, you know, that's how it works. Because this game is so old, it's like a decade old, pretty much. There's no way to have a nice autofill. Yeah, thanks. The inquiry codes only work once, so it's fine. But what's it called? The stupid ass the game is so old that you can't have the same account on two different devices. So in order to play on two different devices, you would need to what's it called? Swap it back and forth, right? Over and over again. We can turn off my sensor because there's no more inquiry code on the top left. You can't steal my account. Awesome. But yeah, so that's kind of how it works. You just have to swap it back and forth. Usually I play on my phone, but data is stored locally in this game. The only way that you can you know, transfer data is by saving it to their server temporarily and then taking it back off their server onto your new device. That's how it works. They brought back Metal Slug. Yeah, on JP only. For we got 1 day left. We got 1 day left on Metal Slug, but I already have all the Metal Slug units. I pulled all of them, so we're okay. See, look. Come on, where are they? Oh yeah, see? I got all 5 of them, including the new one. Awesome. For the first time in 7 years, they brought it back, finally. Yes! So, that's very exciting. Is Excellent Selection or Pixies worth pulling on? I have 173 cat food. No. There are some golden rules of gacha in this game. The first one, never pull on banners that are not guaranteed. Pretty much. There's one exception, but okay. I'll say it like this. Only use cat food on banners that are guaranteed. Do not use cat food on banners that are not guaranteed. So if there's a banner right now, this is a guaranteed banner. Only pull using cat food on guaranteed banners. Only. The second rule is that with your tickets, only do singles on Fest banners. By Fest banners, I mean Uberfest, Epic Fest, and Superfest. Only do singles on those. Don't spend cat foods on those because they're not guaranteed banners, right? So, just two rules of gacha in this game. 1, only spend cat food on guarantees. 2, only spend tickets on Fest banners, and then you're done, right? That's all you need to know. If you have a question about, oh, should I pull on this, should I pull on that, just follow those 2 rules, and then you'll be good, okay? Now, where we get into, you know, the intricacies is like, oh, which banners are good, which banners are bad. I don't know which ones I should pull on and which ones are, you know, which ones are worth skipping. That's, you know, you'll get there when you get there, but for now, all you need to know is that you only pull on banners that are guaranteed with cat food, and you only pull on Fest banners with tickets, and that's it. Anyways, let's do some XP farming, huh? Just real quick. I need some XP. I spent a lot of it on Metal Slug units, so my XP is a little bit tough. And then we'll do some Stories of Legend in a second, but, you know, I gotta claim my rewards. I think I have to convert to NP as well, some of these units. I have, like, 4 excess, I have, like, 4 excess Metal Slug Ubers that I'm gonna NP real quick. Because I don't need these. I was just looking to expand my army and I don't know what's good. Nah, don't worry. You're okay. You don't need to... Okay. You don't need to worry too much about gacha if you're early game. Like, if you're in, like, if you're in Empire of Cats... Like, if you're in Empire of Cats, these 3 chapters, you don't need to worry about gacha, like, at all. Like, you have 9 basic cats. They'll get you through pretty much all the content that you need. Like, what's it called? Like, you know, these... You know these ones, right? Like, up to Titan. You don't get Super Feline for a while, but up to Titan, you'll be okay, right? You don't need anything else besides these 9, realistically. The only Ubers I got are Garu, Trickster Himayuri, and White Knight Cyclops. I mean, those are good. Garu is good, for pretty much everything. Himayuri is pretty good in early to mid game, and she has a really, really good combo that you get later. And then Cyclops is, like, kind of mid for now, because his main niche is, like, Aku. I don't even know if I have Cyclops on this account. I don't know if I have him. I don't have Himayuri. I know I don't have her. I don't think... Oh, I do. Yeah, he freezes Aku in first form, and he breaks Barrier. So that's, like, his main usage, but you don't see Aku enemies for a while, so you don't have to worry about it. But, like, basically, there's a couple of key rules when you're talking about, like, resources. XP, only level units, 1 at a time. So what I mean is, like, you shouldn't half level units. If you have a unit, let's say, you know, let's say I want to, like, what's a unit that I want to level? Like, you know, let's say that I want to use, like, Lucifer, right? Let's say I want to use Lucifer, and I only have a specific amount of XP, right? And I have, like, 3 Ubers or something, right? I have 3 Ubers, and I only have a little bit of XP, and I want to use Ubers. The thing, like, you know, the thing that you should do is, you should only level 1 thing at a time up to max. So, like, if I want to use Lucifer, and I'm like, okay, well, I want to use Lucifer, I want to use, actually, I'll, like, it'll be easier if I, you know, if I show you with, like, other stuff, I guess. We'll go to, like, Metal Slug, I guess. Or, like, you know, I don't fucking know. Yeah, we'll go to, like, Metal Slug Goobers. So, like, let's say I want to use Huge Hermit. I want to use, Jupiter King, and I want to use, what the fuck is this guy? Like, Colonel Morden or something? Like, I don't know, right? Like, I want to use all 3 of these, right? Should I level them? I only have enough XP for, like, 1 of them. Should I level each of them to, like, level 5? Or should I upgrade 1 of them to level 10? You always want to level 1 thing to max. So, like, if I want to use, like, Huge Hermit, you know, I would level him all the way up, like, all the way up to max, if I would want to use him, right? So, this is what you would do. Instead of going, like, okay, I want to use Huge Hermit, I want to use Jupiter King, and I want to use Morden, I'll level each of them to 10. You want to level 1 of them to 30 instead, because the stats just, like, the more you level, the more stats they get per level or something. It's hard to describe, but the scaling is just so much more efficient if you do it like this. And also, it's better for, you know, just smoother progression in general, if you were to do it like that. I spam Wildcat and Ninja Frog, and then occasional Baby Garu. I mean, that's fine. Whatever works. Personally, I would not recommend using Ubers in early game, because, I would not recommend using Ubers in early game because, 1, they're very expensive in terms of the XP you need to level them. Like, for the price of 1 Uber, you could upgrade, like, 2-3 super rares, right? So, you know, it's like not really worth it to use Ubers in the early game because of how expensive they are. Like, to level up to 10, it's like a million something. It's like over 1 million XP or something to level up an Uber to 10. So it's like really, really not worth it in comparison to just leveling rares and super rares. Like, rares are super OP in the early game especially. So, you know, that's what I would recommend. I wouldn't recommend investing in Ubers early because they're not super worth it. How many Hatsune and Mikus are there? I think I have most of them. I think I'm missing one. I'm missing like one Miku, I think. Yeah, okay, I'm missing 2 from the Miku collab. This one is Kagemine, Rin, and Len, or whatever they're named. Like the twins, the yellow-haired twins. And then this one is like Sakura Miku. But I have all the other ones. I have Luca. And then I have, like, oh, dude, I can't remember which fucking one is which. I think this is Tokyo Miku. No, this is not Tokyo Miku. This is, like, some fucking random Miku. This is Snow Miku. This is the 16th anniversary. I know this one. I don't remember. No, I think this one's Tokyo Miku. This one's Tokyo Miku 2020. It says it right there. I'm stupid. But this one, like, I don't know if they're gonna rerun Miku like in a while, so I just like pulled as many as I could. If you're wondering which ones are the best, I think Tokyo Miku's the best, and then Snow Miku's pretty good, and then the rest of them are like kind of mid to like range from mid to poor. Scaling is exponential. It's not really exponential. It's okay. So basically, units kind of reach a break point every 10 levels. So once you hit, I don't think I have any other units to demonstrate, but like once every 10 levels, their scaling kind of gets reset, I guess. So it's like, you know, this unit costs like 10,000 XP to level once. At level 1. At level 10, it costs about 15,000 to level. So it kind of resets back down to a certain amount. And the stats that they get per level in this stage, like from 1 to 10, let's say he would gain 1 health per level, for example. And then from 10 to 20, he would gain like 2 health per level. And then from 20 to 30, he would gain like 3 health per level, right? So it's not like multiplicative, but the gains that you get per level increase as you level them. It's like weird to describe, but you know, I don't know. Anyways, we'll like do Stories of Legend or something. I have like not 895 leaderships, so we should be good on stamina. I have not done Stories of Legend on this account. It's like I think this account's like 4 years old now, ish. I think it's about 4 years old now. But I have not done Stories of Legend. It's like a self-imposed challenge. I wanted to start doing Stories of Legend after I true formed Lasvos. I'm at 7 out of 10 of these seeds. The only way that you can get these seeds is by farming a stage that you can unlock after finishing Stories of Legend. So if you want to ask how I got 7 of those, don't ask. It's very complicated and very, very slow. But these are very difficult to acquire. It's like not intended. You're not intended to acquire these before you finish Stories of Legend, but I have 7 of them. But I mean, we'll do some. I mean, I'm like ridiculously overqualified for this. So we can just blitz through this really quick while we chill. I got Delinquent as like one of my first ever pulls. Remember, he was carrying me early game. I mean, that's fair. Don't you get one from floor 49, Heavenly Tower? Maybe? I wouldn't know, because you can't do past floor 40 of Heavenly Tower until you finish, Stories of Legend. So I have, look, I have Hermit, and I have, Eulala, but I don't have Euro, because you can't go past floor 40 until you beat an Ancient Curse. So, that's kind of a bust. That's kind of a bust. And I also don't have Eulala's third form because Infernal Tower is kind of kicking my ass. I think I'm stuck Infernal Tower. I think I'm stuck on like floor 37 or 38. I'm like hard stuck on 37, 38 because it's the stage with the Mina and the Puffsley and the red NRG. Like you can't really do the you can't really do that stage without Edie. Like I've tried, trust me, I've tried. Usually I don't Uber carry because I like playing the game semi-normally. I'm only Uber carrying because it's like fucking Earthshaker, okay? Like, you know, I just do what I want, but you know, for most stages, like Advent stages and stuff, I don't Uber carry because it's like less fun. Heavenly Tower, I don't Uber carry usually, unless it's like my 5th replay or something, then yeah, okay, I will. But yeah, let's just use leadership. I mean, 895, okay. But like, you know, I've tried like hard Uber carrying on like floor 30. I think it's 38. It's either 37 or 38, whichever one Infernal Tower is with the whichever the Infernal Tower floor is with the stupid ass the Miss Puffly relic pufferfish thing, and Mina and Energy. Like I tried hard Uber carrying and I still couldn't beat it, so it is what it is. I'll just never get. I'm not missing out on Eulala's true form. Like if we're being honest, that unit is kind of bad, so I'm not too concerned about having it, but it's just kind of a bummer, you know. You get one from level 15 level 15 Barons. See, now you're thinking. That is one way. That is one way. Stage 15 of Barons is definitely something. The problem is some of the Barons are like way more difficult than other ones. Not all Baron stages are created equal, so that is exceptionally slow. I'm not saying that. I mean, that is probably the most consistent way that you could get them. Also, dude, you would not believe, not doing Stories of Legend is so fucking hard to get resources for the cannons, by the way. Like, I have so many of the advanced level resources because these come from, like, event stages and stuff. Like, they always drop gold, meteorite, beast bones, and ammonite. But, like, I don't have anything that needs any of these because I'm still stuck, like, with the stupid-ass, like, feathers, bro. Because no event stages drop feathers, man. Like, feathers, charcoal, and bricks. I never have any of them. And I need, like, 5 feathers. Oh, my God. It's so stupid. So, I just have, like, 80 ammonites and 0 feathers. Because you get them from, like, Stories of Legend and stuff. And I just fucking can't get them because I don't play Stories of Legend. So stupid, bro. But yeah, like, sometimes you do have to improvise a bit, because you don't have things like Arurin. So, for, like, restriction stages and whatever, like, restriction stages, especially in Cast of the Cosmos, where it's, like, special units only, or something, right? Like, it's, like, special units only, and you're supposed to have Arurin and, you know, what's it called? Lil Nai and, Musashi and whatever. Like, you're supposed to have all of those. I had to improvise. There were quite a few collab units coming out during those, and I had to use some, like, fucking, like, dude, there were, like, no generic backliner replacements. Like, you think Arurin's bad, but, like, there's no generic backliner replacement for her, pretty much, until you get, like, Jagando. But Jagando doesn't have range. Arurin has, like, range of 450 or, like, 455, I think. Like, same as Bahamut. But Jagando has, like, 300 something, so he just gets outranged and dies anyway. So it's, like, depressing. It's, like, serious. It's, like, troubling. But anyways, like, you know, we're probably just going to be using the generic rusher lineup for, like, a lot of this. Because most of these guys will probably just get one-shot by, like, my ludicrously over-leveled units. Like, I could show you how boosted some of my units are, like, especially my rares. Some of my rares are disgusting. Like, they are despicable. I have a plus 28 Paris. I have a plus 28 Paris. I have, what's it called? Plus 26 Ramen. Plus 15 camera. My camera's actually very underleveled. I don't know why. Plus 30 Catalyte. 22 on Shigong. Like, you know, some of these are just kind of disgusting. Super rares are, like, boosted. Like, I have a plus 12 on Can. And stuff like that. Like, you know, but... Like, some of my rares are disgusting, bro. Like, plus 30 Catalyte is just actually not reasonable at all. Pretty sure that these two just... Yeah. Alright. But I mean, if you have questions about, like, units and whatever, you can ask. My Discord handle is exactly the same as it is on my YouTube, I'm pretty sure. So if you want to DM... I remember saying, like, feel open to DMing if you want about questions about this game, or any questions in general. You can feel free to DM me, is what I said last stream, and then I realized that I have my DMs on Discord turned off from non-friends. So I recently enabled DMs from non-friends. So now if you try to DM me, it will actually show up. So if you want, you can, like, DM me on Discord and ask questions or say hi. If you flame me, I'll block you. Or, you know, assume that you're a spammer or something. If you don't know my Discord tag, it's the same as my YouTube channel. I don't even know your Discord in the first place. Well, hold on. Is it the same as my YouTube channel? I'm pretty sure. Hold on, let me check. Yeah, it is. It's the same as my YouTube channel. If you look at the handle on my YouTube channel, you'll see it's Soups5282, and that's what it is. And then you can say, hey, I'm a big fan, and then I'll go, hi, I don't know who you are. You know, parasocial relationship and all that. Maybe I should use some of my power-ups, huh? Speed up, probably. Probably want to use speed up. Probably should be. I also have, like, a lot. I have a bunch of, like, unlisted, like, I have a bunch of unlisted videos on my YouTube channel for, like, because there were people in the past who asked me for help on this game, and they were like, yo, how do I play this stage or whatever, and I'm like, yeah, it's no problem, I can just show you. So I just, like, record a video of me playing the stage, so if you have help, like, need help on, like, a certain stage, chances are I already have a video recorded of the stage somewhere. Or, like, I could just play it live and tell you the strategy. If you need help with, like, a certain stage, I could, like, play it. Most of them are pretty easy. I could probably do it live in, like, 1 or 2 tries. But, like, you know, early Stories of Legend is... I mean, it is what it is. I don't even think I can use any of these. Okay, I don't know what I used. What did I just use? Whoops, whatever. Yeah, okay. 267, huh? Alright. What subchapter are we on? Hold on. I don't know how much of this I'll be playing because, like, it's gonna be really boring. I'm just gonna admit, like, I'm just gonna be upfront. It's gonna be really boring. Normal cats only. All right, you know what? After this, we'll do normal cats only. I mean, I don't know how boring that's gonna get, but sure, we'll try it. I think this is Proving Grounds. I don't usually play this game with mouse either, so that's a little bit strange. Not accepting new friend requests on Discord. I'm pretty sure I'm not on any server that have you in them. Oh, alright. Yeah, I don't have people, I'm not accepting friend requests from strangers, I don't think. Who can send me a friend request? Everyone. You know what? Sure. Alright, I turned it on just for you. I'm gonna get Neo Sawcat just because I can't beat Cats of the Cosmos 2. Which stage are you stuck on? I didn't have Power Saw for a very long time either, so I should be using Lion. I don't know why I'm not using Lion. My Lion is so fed it could probably solo. Saturn? Alright, I'll take a look. Pending. HG Alice. Sure. I mean, I can't guarantee that I can play it legitimately on this account. Because, like, obviously this account is not exactly a good indicator of what you should be doing if all my units are boosted to high hell. I'll take a little peek at what I cleared it with, though. Cats of the Cosmos 2, right? This one. Saturn. Which one is Saturn? Where's my freaking cat? Triton? Am I going the wrong way? I think I'm going the wrong way. Oh, we're out of the solar system. Yeah, here we go. What was in here? 300 cost up. I use Ganglion and Kronos apparently. What the fuck? What am I what am I trolling? What the fuck? I can't really tell you. I can't really demonstrate how to actually I probably could. Bro, why did I fucking use Ganglion and Kronos? What the fuck am I doing? Don't use this loadout. Use this one, I guess. This is Behemoths. Yeah, okay. I mean, I'm assuming, like, I don't know what Ubers you have. Can't use meat shield. The most annoying thing is you can't use meat shields. What level are your normals? We'll go with, I mean, I'm assuming your rover is not turbo boosted, so use first form. I don't know what level your normals are, but Macho, legs, if you have him true formed, he has strong against alien, so you should use him. I'm gonna use first form gross because mine is level 110. So I'll use first form gross instead. If you have sushi is also pretty solid. Not a bad choice. Same thing with Can. If you have Can, especially talented. If you have NP capabilities and you don't have Can talented, you should definitely talent your Can for at least money up. I think first priority is double bounty, and then it target alien and then move speed. but I'll assume you don't have any of those, and I'll just use first form. And then, I mean, you could use like weightlifter, surfer. Surfer's good. Surfer's really good. I mean, you basically bring surfer to every stage, I think. I don't know why you wouldn't. I'm assuming you don't have soap, so I'm not gonna bother. I mean, we could just try it with this and see how it goes, and then, you know, if things go well. My only good Ubers are Balrog and Amaterasu. Yeah, okay, those are pretty good. Needless to say, those are pretty good. I mean, if you have Amaterasu, then she's, like, pretty broken. Bring her just in case, I don't know. On Saturn. I haven't, again, I have not played Saturn in a million years, so I don't know what kind of stage it is. We will see. I probably could have brought more meat shields, but, well, I'm just gonna find out really quick what the deal is here. We have a lemur. Bro, he hates me? Alright. So you lure the lemur, I imagine. Obviously, you want to use second form on, like, all your units if possible. True form, if possible. Duh. Well, what is this little guy's problem, huh? And I just made my own can miss by accident. Whoops. I'm assuming... Okay. I see the strategy. You want to use apple to freeze. You want to use apple to freeze and the wave stack. That's the strategy. I see. I see. Once you can get one of the rhinos down, it's basically free. So here's what we'll do. Whoops. Not what I meant to do. You want to use apple to freeze. I see what they're intending. You don't really need this. You don't really need... You don't really need this as much. We'll go with here. Camera. And... Apple. And then... Last 3 slots, we'll use Biobone. I'm sure you know what Biobone is. If you don't know what Biobone is, it's a combination of 2 combos. Where is... It's a combination of 2 research up combos. At least it's Shaman. I haven't used Biobone in a while. I'm pretty sure that's it. And this is research power up. So it decreases the cooldown of your units, which is cool. And then we're just going to basically use range attacker stacking. I would get some more true forms, but I'm working on getting Fishman. And I only farm 1 at a time. I mean, that's valid. But these 2 combos take only 3 slots, so it's fine. Very nice. And then we'll just, again, we'll lure this guy. And then we'll kind of do our best to, like, freeze lock these guys. It might be a little bit difficult. But again, once you can kill one of them, once you can kill one of these, we're basically home free. And then your rovers, they obviously won't be like this fed. Yeah, okay. So once you start killing the initial ones, you're basically home free because they give you so much money. Right? And then you should be okay from here. Your rover probably won't be so fed that it can, like, just face tank everything from the aliens. But the reds should get frozen for free by the apples. And then from there, it's, like, pretty easy. Camera's one of the rares you don't have. Instead of camera, use Paris, then. The difference is negligible. Camera just works better with the research combo that we bring. Camera just works better. It's a Mercat. If you don't have Mercat, then I mean hella unlucky. But You can do the same thing with Paris. Yeah, Cyborg. Yeah, you can do the same thing with Cyborg probably. Here. It just might be a little tougher on money. It might be harder on money because Cyborg is expensive. That's the only problem. I mean, again, the only thing you need to really worry about is trying to kill the initial one horns. If you can kill the initial one horns, you're good. Like if you use like Elemental Duelist, I mean if you have Courier, like Courier completely ruins the stage. Like you should have Courier, right? If you have Courier, you win. Watch. Because Courier's just game-breakingly broken. We don't even need to use these. Take these out. Yeah, you have Courier. I hope you have Courier. It's stupid-ass unit. I don't know what they were thinking. When they made Courier. But with Courier, it should be a free win. What was the other? Oh, Surfer. And we'll just do this, basically. And this should be okay. On paper, this should just win. Again, you want your rover to be Catalyte. Actually, it can't be Catalyte because of the price restriction. But you want Rover Mark II. Boost it with Cat's Eyes if you can, because it's worth it. Again, this thing, my rover is like giga boosted. Your rover will not be like one-tapping the enemies, probably. Like your rover will probably not be like one-shotting the freaking lemur as easily. But again, like once you get the ball rolling, the Courier should shred through the one horns very quickly, and then you're home free, right? Like this is literally it. That you've already won. Like look, you've already won. So, it's not that bad. You probably don't even need Apple. You can probably do it with one row, to be honest. Because Courier also kills the backliners, because it's just broken. Yeah, we could try without Apple, too, actually. It probably works. Because, like, once you get a Courier stack going, it's, like, it's over. And my Courier isn't Giga boosted, it's level 40. Your Courier should be boosted to, like, 35, 40-ish, if you possibly can. It's, like, one of the highest priority rares to boost, so your Cat's Eye should go to Courier. And then from there, obviously, it's just GG. Like, like, Courier's just a broken-ass unit. Like, you don't need to overthink it. So, I mean, there you go. That's Saturn. You're welcome. I wish there were more red behemoths. I mean, it's alright. Another friend request on Discord? God forbid. Goodness me. There's a fair amount of red behemoths. I think there's like 2 or 3. There's like the BB Bunny. There's the, what's it called? The duck, obviously. Don't remember the name. Cretaceous, whatever thing. And then there's, the Sleipnir. Whatever the Sleipnir is called. The Sleipnir one is like so goddamn annoying. Cruising through Emperor of Darkness. See, that's what you like to hear. That's what you like to hear. Cruising through Emperor of Darkness. on Easter Island. See? That's good progress. Actually, do I have Catamin stages that I need to play? I actually might want to do those instead of Stories of Legend. Yeah, like the stupid-ass growing stages. Oh, wait, the Catamin... Oh. There's like the Catamin Cyclone stages that I have to do. And the Manix. Okay, we can do those, actually, instead. I think, yeah, we'll do Cyclone stages instead. I don't know what this is. Catastrophe. What is it? I think it's blue. No, what the fuck is that? Red. No, that's Crimson Catastrophe, I think. Alright, we'll just do this then. I think we should be okay. Do it like this. I mean, it would be really funny and kind of sad if this won. I'm pretty sure this will win. But, I mean, Courier's just broken. I don't know. Yeah, we're like two-shotting Shy Boys. It's hella balanced. This thing should probably just get one shot. If we can trigger dodge. Oh, there we go. Yeah, you're dead. I have Uncanny Legends unlocked without beating Cats of the Cosmos too. I mean, that's pretty normal. I'm pretty sure you only need to do Chapter 1 for Area 52 or whatever. I think you only have to do Cats of the Cosmos 1 for Area 52. So, I mean, that's pretty normal, actually. Which one is this? I wish I could see. I wish I could tell. I think that's white. That says Shiro. If it's a white Cyclone, I think we can just do, like, Rusher Comp and win. I'm pretty sure. Just make sure. Yeah, we've won. Classic. I got Blue Shinobi. Is it any better than Ninja or is it equal? At your level, it's equal. I'm pretty sure I have Blue Shinobi. On this account. I'm pretty sure. I don't exactly remember. He might be on EN. I actually don't think I do. Huh. I could have sworn I did, but I guess I don't. Unless I missed it. But he is statistically identical to Ninja. The thing is, Ninja gets a third form. Ninja gets a true form. And Blue Shinobi doesn't. So, Ninja is better than Blue Shinobi because he has a true form. And Shinobi doesn't. But until you unlock Ninja's true form, you know, before you unlock his Ninja's true form, they're statistically identical. So, and Ninja's really, really strong in the early game. So, it's perfectly fine. Which one is this? I think this is black. We should be okay. Dude, I do not know my color kanji. But yeah, Ninja's like super broken in early game. It is black. So you should use both of them if you can. Because they can literally like duo carry pretty much every stage. I think we should be able to win this because of Yuki. Yeah, we just juggle it. We're okay. I just spam Ninja and Wall. You don't even need Wall, bro. Ninja is good enough. Like he literally solos. If you just spam dual ninjas, you'll win. Guaranteed. Rolling Dead. I kind of don't want to play Rolling Dead. What the fuck is this? What is this a color? What the fuck is that? What is this? Is this a cyclone? Oh, it's Metal Cyclone, isn't it? Yeah, okay. I no wonder it's not a color. Okay, fine. Is that stage rushable, actually? I don't think it is. Is this what other people feel like when I start mumbling about Limbus? Probably. Yeah, just speaking in tongues, bro. They have no idea what you're talking about. This is what they feel like. Where's Metal? Do this. And then, crit. That's massive damage. Whoops. Where's crit? Here we go. Give me you, and give me you. And then we should be okay. I've gotten Sakura Sonic and Amaterasu from random rare ticket draws. That is quite lucky. Sakura Sonic is good, but not like crazy good because she's only good against metal. Like, there's two types of Ubers basically. Like there's like two, in a broad sense, there's two types of units. There's generalists and there's specialists. The generalists are the ones you want in like early game because generalists can help you through all content. Once you have a lot of Ubers, though, you kind of want specialists, because specialists are able to help you through specific stages. And if you have a lot of specialists, you can kind of swap them out for whatever you want. So, like, Sakura Sonic is a specialist, so she's not, like, that useful to have early, because a lot of the time in the early game, you're not going to be fighting metals, right? That's kind of the problem. So she's, like, good, but she's not, like, that good to have early. You know? Also, my Crazed Maneko missed, bro. What the fuck? And she missed again. I'm upset. Okay, we won. Sure. I remember Crazed Whale was a big carry early on. For sure. Nah, Crazed Whale is actually a huge carry early. Whale is ridiculously good early. Because he's, like... I mean, he's... just in general. Manic Island is, a really, really good unit. Just in general. Like, to have. Definitely very solid. Angel, huh? That's black. You. I mean, I guess we use Sanzo Ramen and just win. Where's Mushroom? This should just win. My first ever Uber was Balrog. I didn't know he was actually a good Uber. I mean, if you're still, like, early mid-game, he's kind of not a good Uber. That's the thing, like, he's not really good until you get... You know what? Okay, we'll make this... I just wasted 2 Catamin A's. Whoops. The thing is, he's not a good Uber, so... I would not expect you to know he's good, because he really isn't until you get to, like, late game. Like, mid to late game, and you can actually invest in him. And the stages that he excels on are all late game stages. So, even if you do have, like, a super fed invested, like, max invested Balrog, he doesn't really shine until late game anyway, because most of the mid game stages are, like, leaning towards more enemy spam and swarming, whereas late game stages are usually about just one big meatball and then some, like, sparse but annoying chunky support units, right? So, like, Balrog kind of specializes in shredding one thing at a time, obviously, and in early to mid game, when there's more than one thing to shred, he kind of suffers a lot. So I would not expect you to know that he's good in early game, because he kind of isn't. Like, that's just the truth. He kind of isn't good. But once you get max investment on him, or, like, solid investment on him, and you start facing stages that he really excels on, like, you know, I'd say the start is, like, some advent stages. Like, you know, once you start, like, getting into some advent stages, then he really shines. Until then, he's kind of just mid to borderline useless, to be honest. I've true formed Balrog and a bit of his talents. Yeah, see? I think I have... Okay, if you're talking about talents for Balrog, talents are a little bit different in terms of investment. Like I said, the golden rule for XP and stuff is you want to level something to full, pretty much. But talents are a little bit different. You kind of want to get, like, the most efficient thing to do if you're getting talents is, like... Oh, I did it on my KG, actually. The most efficient thing to do when you're doing talents is specifically when units have strength in and they have attack up. You want to go 5 strength up, and then 5 attack up, and then max strength, and then max out attack in that order. And that gives you, like, the quote-unquote most cost-efficient progression of talent. The thing is, for Balrog, you kind of just want all of his talents up, except for, like, what is this, like, wave resist or something? Like, I don't care. But, like, eventually you're gonna want max strength, max health, max damage, and then cost down is, like, optional if you have NP. I only have 2200 MP, so I'm not going to, but, you know, eventually, if you're interested in cost down, you can also invest in that. What the hell is this? Black hole, so it's going to be alien. Sure. Go here and here, and this should be good. Treasure Up event is doing wonders. Bro, Treasure Fest is kind of smurf. No lie. You know what else does wonders? Not having to farm treasures anymore at all. That's the best feeling in the world. It's just going to be a very, very long time. Like, it's probably going to be a year of gameplay before you get out of the phase where you have to farm treasures. Because there's all of Empire of Cats to farm treasures. And then there's all of Into the Future, 3 chapters of treasure farming. And then there's all of Cats of the Cosmos, which is 3 chapters of treasure farming. So it's really awesome. You can imagine. Why am I even sending Catalyte? It literally does not accomplish anything. Pain? Yeah, you said it. I'm telling you, bro. Treasure farming is an archaic mechanic. Because, again, this game is very, very old. So, treasure farming was a mechanic from back before the game had, like, legend stages or anything. You know, back before it had, like, any of those, actual good content, we'll say. So, before it had any good content, they had to find a way to, like, artificially increase the play, like, the you know, runtime of the game. And treasure farming basically is, like, artificial inflation of the runtime of the game. From, like, that era of gaming, where it was just, like, you know... I mean, it's the same thing as, like, Clash Royale, or Clash of Clans, where, like, Clash of Clans is like, okay, you gotta upgrade walls, gotta upgrade your town hall, gotta upgrade your cannons to upgrade your town hall, you know, stuff like that, like, and that is just like, yep, upgrading your town hall takes a week, and then, like, you have to do all this and all that and whatever. So, you know, it's just a relic from that era of mobile gaming where it just takes forever to do anything. And, you know, now that the game is, like, so much older, they actually put effort into the content and stuff. Like, they actually are very creative nowadays with stage design and gameplay mechanics and whatever. But, like, you know, that gameplay from 10 years ago is still there. So, you know, it's just kind of something you have to bite the bullet on, unfortunately. What the fuck cyclone is this, by the way? I don't think I've ever seen... What is this? Which stage is this? Is this, Perfect Cyclone? Which one is this? I think it's Perfect Cyclone. I have no guarantees. I actually don't remember. Where's Octo? And Cyber, I guess. 4 Catamins. Oh my god, I'm getting robbed blind. Oh, it is Perfect Cyclone. Okay. I have Ice Cat and Halloween version of Ice Cat for some reason. I think it's like Lilith or something is the Halloween Ice Cat. Ice Cat is pretty good. Lilith, not quite as good, I think. I mean, she's okay. I think, what, she freezes Aku instead of Red? The thing about Aku is that they usually have Barrier. And Aku Barrier makes them impervious to freeze. So... a little bit awkward. Oh, I should have swapped my cannon. Whatever. Aku Barrier makes them impervious to freeze, so it's a little bit awkward. Oh, she freezes Angel? Oh, that's fucking terrible, bro. What the hell? I mean, it's not awful, actually, but... hold on, now I'm curious. She really doesn't freeze Aku? In true form, I mean. In true form. I swear the seasonal Ubers have Aku interaction in true form, I swear. Right? I mean, I don't remember exactly, but I'm like fairly certain. Hold on. While this thing gets beaten down. Lilith Cat. Queen Succubus. Freeze Angel and Aku enemies. Yeah, it freezes Aku in true form. I knew it. I knew it! Because that's the only time she's useful. Otherwise, she's not very good. Because you can just use Sanzo and stuff. See, I remember. I know what every unit does. Don't worry. I remember. Rolling Dead. I hate Rolling Dead. This one's actually annoying. We can go with Shigong. Oh, Cadaver Bear. I mean, I guess. Do we need, like, CC? Go here. Pile Driver is actually so smurf in this. I mean, I think we're okay here. Maybe use Pile Driver instead of Weed Whacker. And that should be fine. The Bear in Las Vegas. Which stage is Las Vegas in the Japanese version? I don't remember. Empire of Cats, Las Vegas. 44th stage in Empire of Cats. We'll take a peek. It's chapter 2, right? You said? King of Darkness or whatever. Keeps one-tapping my dudes. Okay, when there's an enemy that's one-tapping your dudes, you want to use tankers. And by tankers, I mean like Titan. I also have Battle Cats Unite. That's a W, bro. Battle Cats Unite is a huge W. You want to use tankers like Fish and Titan. And not use little Swarmers. Because if you're using Swarmers and then he's one-tapping the Swarmers, then like there's no point. I'll use Lil Titan because he's pretty good. And I'll use Lil Island too. I'm pretty sure. I mean, hold on. I want to see. Because I have treasures, so things might change. So we'll use like Lil Fish and Lil Mythical. We are improvising so hard. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is this one? Bro. Oh, this one. This one? Alright, we'll see. I don't know if Lil Fish and Lil Titan are gonna be good enough. But it's okay. The only normal cat I use is Wall Cat. Okay, so one thing, Lizard. Oh, this is apparently what I used. Lizard can outrange the bear. That's one thing. So you want to stack like Lizard, if possible. I don't know if you think Little Lizard outranges it? Little Dragon? We'll see. Okay, now I'm curious if these can even win. They might be able to. Is this a base hit stage or a timer stage? There's two types of stages, alright? There's one type of stage that's called a timer stage, where the boss spawns on a timer. It looks like this is a timer stage, which means that as long as you don't hit the enemy base, the boss will never spawn. Right? So you can sit here as long as you want and just save money. Right? Because it's not a timer stage. It's the other type of stage is called base hit. On base hit, that means that the boss will spawn when you hit the base. Right? So, as long as you don't hit the base in this stage, the boss will never spawn. It looks like, right? So you can sit here as long as you want, like use wall cats and just stall these enemies right next to your base and just sit there and just like farm money. Because the boss won't spawn until you hit the base. That's what base hit stage means, right? So the boss spawns once I hit the base. Probably our units are like way too fed, even though they're little cats. They're still probably way too fed. One time I dogpiled the base and killed it before a certain enemy spawned. Yeah, okay, my little whale just one-shotted that bear. But yeah, you can sit here as long as you want and farm money. So don't complain that you can't farm enough money, right? Because you can sit here as long as you want. Here, I'll show you. I'll literally show you. In case you want a demonstration. But like, if you were able to dogpile a base and kill it before an enemy spawn, that means that that stage was on timer, right? That's a stage that that's on timer. So because you killed it so quickly, the timer did not tick down for the boss to spawn. So you just won before the boss spawned, right? But this stage is on base hit. So you basically can just sit here and wait. Time to cyber stack through Empire of Cats Chapter 2. Like, true, though. Time to cyber stack. I was just jump scared by the bear and he kept getting closer. Yeah. Bro, no way Lil Tank is about to one-shot, like, this snake, bro. Okay. This is doomed, bro. Why? Lil Tank is soloing the entire stage. Okay. Well, I tried. But yeah, you can literally sit there and just wait. Until the boss, until you're ready. And then you push the base once you have enough, money, you know? Like, you can save, yeah, you can save for, like, Ubers or something if you want. After a while, I whittled it down. That's valid. You could literally sit there and save for, like, Himayuri if you want. What the hell is this, by the way? Oh, it's, I see. Okay, we'll do Rolling Dead. Rolling Dead is annoying, bro. I don't know. This stage used to give me so much trouble when I was a kid. Oh my god. I still have, like, flashbacks to this shit. I hate this stage. I don't even know why. It's not even that bad. It's just, like, I think back in the day, it was so much RNG because you didn't have, like, true forms of, like, anything. Like, Shigong didn't exist. Like, Wushu did not exist as a unit. So the only thing you had was, like, fucking Weed Whacker. You basically had to hope for Weed Whacker to permafreeze it. And oh my god, that was, like, the least fun thing I've ever seen. I used to waste away as a kid on this stage. Like, fuck this stage. I hated this. Also, I'm not even sure if Cadaver Bear can outrange the Cyclone. I don't even remember. I just brought him in because he's funny. I just ruined my Thaumaturge's attack. I mean, it's okay. It looks like he can. Yeah, he can. Bear has Savage Blow. No, it's Housewife. It's Housewife. Housewife has a Savage Blow talent. It's not Bear. That would be fucking funny, though, if he did. Imagine. He does not. He has Zombie Killer. Don't worry about it. Yeah, we see kill the Cyclone. It's no problem. Alright. I did a single zombie stage and got absolutely trashed, even with zombie units. No, zombie stages are some of the worst designed stages for early game. They bait you by saying, like, oh, if you do zombie stages, you can increase your chance for treasures or whatever. But, like, the zombie stages were added way after Empire of Cats was created. They were added, like, years after Empire of Cats was created. So the amount of progression in between that you're, like, intended to do is, like, way bigger than you would expect a player to have at that point in time. I think this is the starred Alien Cyclone, I think. In which case, I think Catalyte just solos. I'm pretty sure. I mean, I guess we'll bring a Psycho Cat. But, like, yeah, it's like, ridiculously unbalanced. I don't know why. Yeah, it's a star cyclone. We're okay. Like, I don't know why they designed it like that, but that's just how it is. Don't zombie stages, don't worry about it. Like, they're just not it. I'm pretty sure I can solo this stage with just Catalyte. I don't think I need anything else. Like, I don't know why I brought Psycho Cat if it can't even move. By the time you complete the zombie stages, you'd already have all the treasures. Yeah, exactly. Because farming treasures is not hard. It's just, like, takes a long time. But doing zombie stages is, like, actually hard because you don't have treasures. And the thing is, if there's a zombie stage on the stage that you're trying to farm, and you can't beat the zombie stage, you're literally locked out of farming that stage. Because the zombie outbreak lasts for, like, an hour or something, or whatever, like an hour. So, as long as the zombie outbreak is on that stage, and you can't clear the outbreak, it just stays there, so you're locked out of playing it. It's, like, so terrible. It's, like, awful design. I don't know what they were thinking, but it's worth doing zombie stages whenever you can, because you get cat food for clearing them, and if you clear all of them in a chapter, then you get 50 max energy. So it is worth it. This is Crazy Maneko. Manix. Mega Satan. What is this? One Cataman B. What is this stage? I don't remember what this is. Is this a cat crying love? Oh. I see. Uh-huh. Okay. Huh. It's the... I think this is the Clienel Revenge stage, right? Or is it a different... I think it might be a different stage. JP name is the cat that cried out for an eye in the center of the world? Really? That's what it's called in Japanese? You serious? I don't think this is the, no, this is just Clienel. Why the fuck is the name so long? Cruel Angel Clienel, it's that long? Okay. What advent stages can I even do? I mean, I don't really care about the advent stages that much. XP Gorilla. Three Cataman C's. For what? Kahlo is this? Yeah, this is Kahlo. Sure. Give me a Kahlo. Four B's? Okay, I'm not doing that though. Not the bear in Alaska. Himiyuri's trashing. Yeah, okay. Yeah, Ubers, I'm telling you, Ubers are way overkill though. You really do not need Uber. Just use Lizard, bro. Like, you could just use Lizard. He's good enough. You don't need to use Ubers. But I mean, there's no shame. Anyways, what are we doing? Like, normal only or something? We'll do advents when I feel like it. What, hold on. Whoops. I was not paying attention, my bad. What subchapter is this? I think this is the 4th subchapter. Which one is this? Yeah, it's this. It's the fourth one. So this would be salty is seawater. Oh, this is the introduction of the sloth. Sure. Yeah, it's the introduction of the sloth. I mean, we win these, bro. I'm pretty sure super feline solos. And then what else is there? Dark Doge and Celeboodle. All right. I guess I'll replace Nerd for Lizard. Yeah, Nerd is really not good until third form. You shouldn't, like... Try and keep your lineup balanced. You know, in terms of, like, having a certain amount of, like, backliners, tanker, melee, range, you know, meat shields. Because if half of your units are too expensive to deploy, then you might as well have not brought anything. You know? Like, you only need like 1 or 2 in your top end. Because chances are the stage is not going to last long enough to go through all of your like 3,000 cost units, right? Like, you're only going to deploy 1 or maybe 2 at a time before the stage is already over. So just make sure your lineup is well balanced, and it's probably better for you. Which subchapter is this? Risque Terrain. Alright, sure. Master A and whatever, sure, whatever. You need level 50 plus 50 max talented Balrog to be EOC 2 Alaska. Isn't Alaska the stage with the million squirrels? I don't think Balrog could solo, bro. If there's that many Squirrels, I don't think Balrog solos, to be honest. He probably gets wiped. No kizzy. There were like 5,000 squirrels. Yeah, see, I remember. Alaska's the one with the squirrels. I remember. See, I know like most stages. Even the stupid ass ones from Empire of Cats from like a decade ago. I still remember. I still know them. I don't remember, what do you mean by knight? I know Onmyoji. You probably shouldn't use Onmyoji. if I'm being real, before true form, Onmyoji's pretty bad. Because it's 50% chance to weaken, it's pretty bad. Oh, Swordsman. Swordsman's alright, I guess. I mean, for early game, he can wipe out reds. And red is a pretty predominant trait in early game, so I mean that's fine. What is this? Shapely Caverns. It's another Master A stage with Douche. Sure, bro. Oh, it's a double Master A. Okay, sure. Okay, well, my super feline just 3-shot that guy. Whoops. I gotta go for now. See ya. It's been nice. If you have trouble with something, DM me. I'll, like, probably respond sometime. Unless I'm doing something, which is pretty usual that I'm doing something. Enticing Tunnels. The Sloth and Miss Pidge. Clean Elizabeth or whatever the fuck her name is. Pretty easy. I mean, usually I'm not that busy. I respond whenever I can. But you know, I have things going on. Why did I put off SOL for so long? Bro, you're talking to the guy who put off SOL for like 4 years. This is like, dude, I put off SOL for like 4 years. There's no way you put it off as long as I did. It's such a bother now. I mean, look at me. I'm having a blast. I'm having an absolute blast here. Squishy Hollows. It's just... okay. Douche and Dagshund. Sure. Man, what does Huge Hermit even do in his true form anyway, actually, now that I think about it? True form. I'm just gonna check the statistics. I'm genuinely curious. There's no way he's good in true form. But he's like one of my favorites. Maybe I just grab him. It's the wrong way. I mean, his true form is quite cheap. Golden Huge Hermit CC. They couldn't have thought of a better name, huh? Does not combine surprisingly. Okay, apparently he's terrible. He gains strong against black instead of just alien. Gains a little bit of health and becomes immune to warp. Why even bother? What is the point? Huh. Well, that is quite bad. Uh-huh. Well. Yeah, that's pretty shit. I know Jupiter King's true form is quite decent. What about Morden? Morden gains resistance to traitless and alien. And then knockback to traitless. So he gains the ability to target traitless. That's pretty terrible. That's quite useless. Awesome. And then High Do. He gains a little bit of health, a little bit of damage. Bro, am I crazy? What the? He doesn't. What does he do? He doesn't do anything. What does he even get? He gains a tiny bit of health, a tiny bit of damage. And then I think it... oh, it decreases his cost? What? What? What the hell? He go... wait, what? High Do is... what the fuck? Wait, am I seeing this correctly? Why is High Do 6,000 cents to deploy? What is this, man? His true form brings him down to 3,500. Why is he 5,800? Bro, what the fuck? Dude, what were they thinking? What were they thinking? This unit is horrible. It, like, almost halves his cost. I mean, I guess that's something. Okay, I mean, at that point, he's not horrible. Actually, that's quite a significant cost reduction. And his true form is astoundingly cheap. Now that I look at it, it is astoundingly cheap. Okay, I mean, you know what? I'll forgive them on this one. They kind of cooked on Haidu, actually. What do the Madoka Magica units do? I only have a few of them. There's only a few good ones. Here, I'll show you what collab units I have. This account is not old enough to have a lot of the old collab units. I have another account that's, like, older that has collab units. I think Mercstoria. This is, like, Hime Karahime or something. Princess Kick Karahime. Both of these. And then these are all from, Mercstoria, like these ones. Mercstoria is pretty bad, but at least I got eye walls. This is, Survive Mola Mola. Awesome. The unit's terrible, but it's funny. These are from, like, fucking some anime or game. It's like Lost City something or other. I don't remember. I don't remember what the fuck it's called. These are obviously Metal Slug. This is Madoka Magica. I only have 4 of them. I wanted to pull Madoka, but I couldn't, so here we are. I think Homura is, like, isn't she also, like, a main character, though? That's kind of a W, isn't it? And then I don't know who Sayaka is. Everyone memes on this character. What's her name? Like, Mommy or something? You know, she's pretty neat. And then, what, Bebe or something? What's her name? Yeah, this little gremlin that turns into a girl. I don't know anything about... I have never watched the series, for the record, so I don't know who, like, any of these people are, but Bebe is kind of funny. What is her name? Nagisa? Apparently, Bebe turns into Nagisa or something? I don't know. And then I have Saber. This is, like, Fate, obviously. I only have a few from Fate. I have Saber, Lancer, Rider, and what the fuck is her name? Like Sakura Mato or something? From, like, the Fate Stay Night. Like, isn't that a movie or whatever? I don't know. And then I have Evangelion. I only have a few from Evangelion on this account. On my other account, I had more. What's it called? What is this? Eva 00, I think. This is 02. Code 777 turns into a dog, apparently. Angel 13 or whatever. I don't know. 13th Angel or something. What's her name? The one that everyone likes? The ginger? Asuka Langley or whatever. Asuka Langley. And then 6th Angel, which is just the pyramid. What is this one? Ramiel or something? I don't know. This is my favorite one, though. It's really funny. It just is a nuclear warhead. And then for Street Fighter, I only have Blanca and E Honda, I think. And then I have, like, a bunch of Mikus. This is from Ranma. I only have Shampoo. This collab happened at a very unfortunate time, okay? They had, like, Shampoo, Goose, some panda guy, and then Ranma, twice or something. I don't know. It is what it is. And then this is, River City. And then I think that's all the collabs I have in Ubers. I mean, I have, like, some other random-ass units, from, like, collabs. Like, I'm talking, like, some fucking random-ass units. These units are from the Japanese Horse Racing Association collab. in case you were wondering. And then, do I have anything else? I don't know if there's any other random ass Oh, these are from Princess Kick, whatever. This is like collab with some singer like a million years ago. These are from Mercstoria. This is from Mola Mola. This is from one of what the fuck is it called? This is one of Ponos is this game's developer. This is like one of their old games that went defunct. They just brought the character over here. This is from like some fucking random ass like tower defense game, I think. This is another version of Homura. This is Saber again, but as a cat. And then Chibi Sakura Mato or whatever her name is. I don't think that's her actually. I don't remember. And then these are Evangelion units. This is like Chun-Li as a cat. Something else. These are really funny. These three are what's it called? These three are a collab with a train safety and information company or something. These are their mascots. They're like three anime character, like three anime style like chibi mascots for that company. And they like added them to this game for like some sort of fucking train like subway promotion or something. So I just have these. I don't know. Okay, like I don't know. And then let's check rares. Like there's some really fucking like I'm telling you, bro. Like there's some random ass collabs. This is from Princess Kick again. These are all from Mercstoria. This is from like that fucking weird ass thing. I don't know. These are from Metal Slug. These are from that weird tower defense game or whatever. I don't know. This is Madoka, Chibi Madoka, and then also Cube Cat. And then I think these are what are these from? These are like cat versions of Madoka Magica characters, I think. These are Fate characters. You get like Rin something or whatever. I don't know. This character is popular, I think. And then Cat Archer, Cat, well, whatever the fuck that is. Cat Rider. This is the main character. What is his name? Stupid ass bozo, bro. Shinji or whatever. And then cat versions of Rei Ayanami, and then Asuka and Mary or whatever, and then whoever the hell this Kawaru or whatever. I don't know who that is. I don't know what the hell this is, to be honest. It's something. Ryu. What's his name? Fucking Akuma, I think. Balrog or whatever the fuck. Whatever this guy's name is. M. Bison. No, this is Balrog. This is okay. In English, their names are swapped. This is Balrog, I think, in English or something. And then this guy's name is like Vega, but in Japanese it's Balrog. This is like Sagat or something. This is Vega. Wait, what? Dude, I don't fucking know. I don't play Street Fighter. Okay, Miku, Luca, Rin, Len, Ranma. Except as a guy, and then he turns into Ranma, except as a girl. Whoever this is, Akane, apparently. She's probably a main character. And then you have more, of these random-ass, like, fucking train mascots, or blood donation mascots, or whatever. I don't know who they are. And then you have, the Tokyo Shin Hero, Force, whatever. So it's like this guy. I don't remember what he's from. But it's like all the Shin characters, like the mascots of the... You've seen it. That's World Trigger? Oh, my bad, bro. I don't know what the fuck World Trigger is, to be honest. I apologize for all the World Trigger fans. I don't remember who he is, but this is Godzilla. Obviously, this is like Eva 01 and Ultraman. And then in Super Rares, there's more collab units. I think there's more Mercstoria. Oh, there's like Princess Punt and like whatever the fuck. I don't know. There's more Mercstoria. I don't remember where you're from, but he's like Cyberpunk Mini. And then there's these two. from Metal Slug. Cube. I just have... It's just Cube. I think this is Evangelion. I don't know either of these characters. And then this is Rei, except with long hair. Like plug suit Rei or something. Her name is Ritsuko, apparently, but I don't know. She has short hair, apparently. Rei, but dark and with a scythe. Don't know. Honda, Honda, but as a cat. I think these are from Vocaloid. That's Fate. Oh, these guys? Oh, I fucking wouldn't know. Okay, like, I don't know. Gilgamesh and Funny Priest. Oh, Gilgamesh! I wanted to pull Gilgamesh, but I didn't get lucky enough to pull him. He's pretty cool, though. But I don't have him. I got Saber twice, though. I'm not complaining. Saber's the best one from that set, so I'm good. I think these are Mako and Kaito. I think these are Vocaloid characters. And then this guy's a panda from Ranma. He turns into an old head. I don't know. I don't know what's going on in that show. Never seen it. But that's like all the collabs I have. There are some that I missed, unfortunately. Because this account is so young. It's only 4 years old. Oh well. But I think I'm winding down for now. It's been quite a good stream. A little bit lengthy. About 4 hours. Oh my goodness. But yeah. Maybe I'll play some more some other time on stream. But for now, I think I'm about tapped out. When will the Battle Cats collab with Tsukihime to give us Neko Arc? I have no idea what any of those words mean, bro. You are speaking tongues. I have 18 of these fucks. Wow. Maybe I'll pull some normals, whatever. The annoying part about not doing Stories of Legend is that you're locked behind level 40 on all your units with Cat's Eyes. You can't do level 50 with Cat's Eyes, which sucks. See, you have to do what's it called? You have to do Stories of Legend. Beat an Ancient Curse and you can boost to level 50. So my my user rank is like annoyingly low, so I can't boost my Super Feline to like that. It's kind of annoying me that you can't, but whatever. When will Battle Cats give us the racist cat? Bro, no, okay, the community joke is that Yukimura's like the most racist character because he like destroys all black enemies. He's like infamously the best anti-black unit in the game. So, you know, everyone jokes that he's racist and whatever. There's like a couple of them actually that like people joke about. I think where's Killer Cat? Isn't Killer Cat also like, yeah, people joke about Killer Cat because he's like he's wearing blackface, Omega lol or whatever. And then there's also do I have him on this account? Suntan or whatever? I don't think I do. Oh, I do. Look at this guy. He's actually like low key wearing blackface. Hold on, you can see him. Oops. No, this one. Look, cause his arms are white. So he's like got hella bronzer on or something. Like I don't know. Don't at me. But, like, I don't know, the joke is that, like, pretty much every, like, anti-black unit or whatever is, like, racist or something in some capacity. I wouldn't know, okay? Wait, Homuda is racist? Oh my god. She freezes and slows black enemies. Interesting. I wouldn't know. The hell? She just, like, use a gun or something? I was not expecting some of these units to have, like, just straight-up weapons. Makes sense. What do you mean makes sense? Should I watch this show? Like, I don't know any of these characters, man. I've heard it's decent though. I heard it's like a cult favorite or something. Bro, she just has a straight up gun. What the hell? What do you do? Do you have a gun? You have a sword, clearly. Okay, she has a sword. Makes sense. I know she shoots her gun. Mommy is like actually... There's only like 2 actually good units from the Madoka collab, and the best one is Mommy, and then Madoka is actually pretty good, and then the rest of them range from like mid to pretty bad, I think. Oh, this one's pretty funny though. I don't know what, like, I don't know the context for this character, but she's like such a freaking goober, bro. Like, she throws like a drum at people or something. Like, I don't... Look at this. What is that? I don't know what that is, but like, it's really funny. What the hell? Like, bro. Yeah, I'm stumped. If I want depression, then yes. I mean, like, I don't know. Maybe. I don't know, maybe. I don't know, but I think I'm about tapped out for today. I'm pretty tired from everything, so I suppose I will see you in the next stream, which will probably be on Wednesday when Railway comes out, presumably when Railway comes out. And then, I mean, video tomorrow maybe, if there's relevant news. I only do videos when there's relevant news, and that's usually every other week. So, you know, there probably won't be that relevant news, except if there's Railway news. So, we'll see. But there will be a stream on Wednesday if Railway comes out. Otherwise, I'll see you when I see you. But yeah, take care. Peace out. Have a good one, etc. You know, I think that's it. Alright, see you later. Bye-bye.